Members, Sarah Goodall, Democratic Services Officer. I'll now start the meeting as the live stream is now live. Good morning. Welcome to this virtual meeting of the Licensing Act Subcommittee. Before consideration of today's business, I will outline the protocols for the meeting. Today's meeting is being live streamed to the public via Microsoft Teams and is also being recorded. When members are speaking, they may choose to use their video. If the Council's live stream fails during the meeting and we cannot share the proceedings, the meeting will be adjourned so that access can be restored. If the issue cannot be resolved, the Chairman will halt the meeting and the remaining business will be concluded at a future date. If a member experiences a technical issue, the Chairman will adjourn for a short period to try to re-establish their connection. As members are called to speak, the Chairman will remind you to switch on your microphone. If for some reason you cannot be heard, the Democratic Officer or the Chairman will advise you. All votes will be taken by roll call and the result will be announced by the Democratic Services Officer. Just a reminder that members must be present for the duration of the discussion on the application in order to be able to vote. We have public representation at the meeting today and they will be joining the meeting by telephone. Where a member has declared a non-registrable interest, a disclosable pecuniary interest, or an interest by virtue of any trade union membership in a matter, they must leave the virtual meeting. Their departure will be confirmed.
Steve. Thank you.
Sorry, I'll continue. Where a member has declared a non-registrable interest, a disclosable pecuniary interest, or an interest by virtue of any trade union membership in a matter, they must leave the virtual meeting. Their departure will be confirmed and they will be invited to rejoin the meeting at an appropriate time. To confirm the procedure for today's meeting, that members of the committee who wish to speak on an item should indicate by typing X in the box. Before we start today's business, I will ask the committee members to confirm they are present and to state their electoral division. Councillor Foote.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jesse Foote, Cornwall Councillor for the St Germans and Landulph Division.
Councillor Sandra Hayward.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Councillor Sandra Hayward and I represent the St Austell Gover Division.
And Councillor Alan Jewell.
Good morning, everybody. Councillor Alan Jewell, Falmouth Boslowett Division.
And also in attendance today we have Kevin Hill, who's our legal officer, and Linda Edmonds, who's our licensing officer, and myself, Sarah Goodall, who's the Democratic Services Officer and is clerking the meeting today. And the first item on the agenda, I'd like to call for a nomination for chairman, please.
I'm happy to nominate Councillor Foote.
I will be happy to second that.
That's lovely. So we have a proposal that Councillor Foote be elected chairman of the meeting. If I could please ask you if you are voting for or against or abstaining, please. Councillor Foote.
For.
Councillor Hayward.
For.
And Councillor Jewell.
For.
That's lovely. I'll hand over to you, Councillor Foote, to continue with the meeting.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Good morning and welcome, everybody. If I could ask that you keep your microphones muted until it's your turn to speak. So. I'll just start off explaining the procedure for this morning's meeting. So we'll start out, the licensing service will outline the matters before us. The applicant following that will then present their application. At each step of I should state that at each step of the procedure this morning, members of the subcommittee will be able to question either the licensing service or the applicant or anybody who's making representations, okay? So licensing service will outline the matter first. The applicant will then present their application. We have no representations from responsible authorities, so nobody from the police or fire or highways are here making representations. But we do have representations from outside persons, so and quite a few of those. So after the applicant, we will then move to outside persons who can explain their objections to the application that's before us. Again, members will be able to question any of those people who are making representations during that stage. Members will then, after all the representations have been made, we'll go back to the applicant who has the right of final submission. And then members will be able to question the applicant on any final statements that have been made. And then what we'll do is that the subcommittee will retire, we'll consider the application, and people will leave the meeting at that point, everybody will leave the meeting, and then the live stream will be paused. The live stream will resume, where we'll come back with a proposal and the subcommittee will vote on that proposal, and then that will be the decision of the committee on the application that's before us. People who are making representations can watch that announcement on the live stream. You won't be invited back into the meeting, but you'll also receive notification of the decision in writing. That might not be instant, but it will be in the coming week or two as the reasons are typed up and put out. So that's roughly how the procedure will work this morning. So I also want to start out just by saying that we do have, as we say, quite a few representations this morning, and I would like to have people try to limit their statements to 3 minutes if possible. This is not a strict limit, it's more of an informal thing, but just in the interests of time, that anybody making a representation or statement try to limit themselves to 3 minutes. And if you could, please try not to repeat yourselves or the objections that have been made by other persons. So I'm quite conscious of all the different appendices that have been sent to us. And I do want to reassure everybody who's here in this subcommittee this morning that members will have read through all those appendices, will understand the issues and the concerns that have been raised by those making representations. And I'm really thankful for all of the work that's been undertaken by officers in this regard and communicating back and forth between the legal representative for the applicant and communicating back and forth and passing that on to members. But I do want to reassure people that we have read the pack, we've read all the appendices, we're familiar with the issues here. So there's no need to kind of read word for word in your statements, but perhaps just to, again, try to limit yourself to 3 minutes. Don't repeat. We are familiar. Everybody who's on my list who has registered to speak will have their chance to speak. Now, I do want to encourage people that you will have a time to speak. We're not here to cross-examine each other. I would ask that all questions come through the chair. And I do also ask that, the applicant will go first. If any of the people making representations hear something that they'd like to address, that they note that, and then when it's their turn to speak, they can address that in their 3 minutes, ideally. Again, the applicant has the final right of reply. So assuming Mr. Hutchinson is here. So Mr. Hutchinson, if you hear statements made by anybody making representations, that you would save that for your final submission, and we'll proceed from there. So moving on with the agenda, do we have any apologies for absence?
No apologies, Chair.
And do we have any declarations of interest from any members on any items on the agenda today, please? Right, so I just need to declare one thing, is that I do know one of the persons making representations, that's Clinton Brown. We're not involved socially. I don't go to his house socially. He doesn't come to my house socially, but being a previous councillor and actually being part of the same political group I'm a part of, I've met him previously, but I've not seen him or communicated with him in a number of years. So his input into this is not going to be influencing my decision in any way, not any more than anybody else's representation that's come through to me. So that's the only thing that I need to state. There's no pecuniary interest there, but that's all I need to state. And if other members are happy to proceed on that basis, I'm happy to proceed on that basis, that I will give an objective view on everything that's before me. So if we're happy, so the first application that we're going to be looking at, this is item 4 on the agenda, which is the application for the grant of a premises license at the Tree of Life Cafe at St. Nectan's Glen. Now, before we hear from licensing on this, I just want to make the statement that I am familiar with the site. I've been there a number of times over the years. I've been there before the Tree of Life Cafe was installed, and I've been there subsequently. So the last time I was there was actually in 2019. I was there twice, once in June with my wife, and once again in August, where we visited with my mother, who's over 70 years old, and my family, and had a nice trip up to St. Nectan's Glen. So I'm absolutely aware of the footpath through the woods, the woodland walk. I'm aware of access to the site. I'm been down to the falls multiple times. So for those who had concerns about visiting the site, I am very aware of the site and the issues that surround it. So With that being said, I'm just going to check my notes here. I do have 2 computers in front of me and multiple bits of paper, so if you could offer me just a little bit of flexibility in making sure that I've got everything straight in front of me. So at this point, I will pass over to our licensing officer who will present the licensing application for 4.1, which is St Nectan's Glen.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether legal wanted to speak first.
Chair, if I could, on a preliminary issue raised by one of the other persons, I'm sorry, my hand up function doesn't seem to be working. So,
if you can put an X in the box, Kevin, I'll keep an eye on that as well. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Fine, Chair. Are you happy just for me to go ahead with the preliminary issue?
Yes, please do.
One of the other persons raises the point that Mr. Hutchinson, the solicitor for the applicant, once worked in the legal section of the council and makes the suggestion that the application be considered by another licensing authority. The test to apply here, Chair, is whether the licensing authority can decide the matter in an unbiased way and without any perception of bias. Mr. Hutchinson was a civil litigator for the council. He did not advise this committee or the licensing team on licensing matters. Chair, from my perspective, I can say it makes no difference whatsoever to my advice to members. I'm impartial and I'll still advise accordingly. Mr. Hutchinson was on the civil side. I am on the criminal side, regulatory and licensing. Like I say, Matt, it is a matter for you, but you may wish to consider that there's no conflict whatsoever, and this would not warrant the matter being transferred to another licensing authority. Thank you, Chair.
So my personal view on that is that it certainly doesn't influence my decision, and I'm confident with your statement there, Kevin, that you would still present an unbiased view and advice to councillors as we proceed through this application. And I actually believe it's in the public interest to proceed, and that we can do this in an unbiased way. So I'm happy to proceed. Are other members happy to proceed based on what our legal advisor has just told us?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Yes, I am, Chair.
Brilliant. Thank you both.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now there were a couple of other matters that were kind of preliminary. So one was a request to adjourn until we'd heard about planning and environmental issues. So what we're looking at here under the Licensing Act we're not going to be considering any planning issues, as I stated already, and the environmental issues are separate for what we're considering here. So I don't believe an adjournment is in the public interest, and I do believe we should proceed with that. And there was also a request for site visits. Again, I'm quite familiar with the site. I'm not sure about other members, but I don't believe that a site visit is necessary in this situation. And given the current circumstances, I don't know that it would be that practical at the moment either. So I'm quite happy to proceed, and again, do believe that it's in the public interest to determine this application today. Legal, are you happy with that?
Yeah, if you are, Chair, and the other members?
Are other members happy with that?
Yes, I am, Chair.
I am happy with that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. Right, so we'll hand back over to licensing. So Linda, if you'd like to outline the matter for us, please.
Thank you, Chair. Members, an application has been received from St Nectan's Glen Limited to license the Tree of Life Cafe situated at Trevethin in Tintagel. A full description of the premises is provided by the applicant within their application, which is on pages 2 and 3 of the report. The applicant has submitted 3 plans with the application showing the proposed premises, which are the perimeter of the proposed premises at Appendix 1 on page 22 of the report, the cafe first floor attached at Appendix 2 on page 23 of the report, the ground floor area attached at Appendix 3 on page 24 of the report. The application seeks to apply for the supply of alcohol for consumption on the premises on Mondays to Sundays between the hours of 09:30 and 17:30, with the premises open to the public Mondays to Sundays 09:30 to 1800. The applicant has advised that there will be no adult entertainment or services, activities or other entertainment or matters ancillary to the use of the premises that may give rise to concern in respect to children. Detailed within the application, the applicant has proposed a number of steps to promote the licensing objectives, which are on pages 4 to 6 of the report. Turning to the representations, 17 representations were received opposing the application, which represented 24 other persons, copies of which are attached to appendices 4 to 19 on pages 25 to 216 of the report, and appendix 22 on page 244. One representation has been received from another person in support of the application, copy of which is attached at appendix 20 on page 217 of the report. The representation attached at appendix 6 on pages 47 to 151 of the report contains 5 videos. Attached at appendix 21 on pages 218 to 243 of the report are a number of emails and photographs submitted by the applicant in response to the concerns raised regarding parking. The applicant has also submitted a video in response to the concerns raised. Members will note that a number of the persons have responded to the applicant's photographs and video submissions. 3 supplementary agendas have been published since the original report. It should be noted we are unable to show the videos received on the live stream today due to technical issues and privacy issues within the content. We can, however, confirm that members have received and viewed all of the videos. A response was received from Devon and Cornwall Constabulary stating that following a visit to the premises, the police have no concerns and do not make a representation regarding the application. A response has been received from the Fire and Rescue Authority, advising that they have no objections. A letter was sent to the premises providing advice and guidance on how to ensure compliance with the Regulatory Reform Order 2005. Details of the letters sent are shown on pages 8 and 9 of the report. A response was received from the Health and Safety team, which stated that seating ordinarily the usual business model for the cafe would accommodate up to 41 seated guests, with a further 66 being able to be accommodated outside, and the application does not seek to increase this figure, and the premises are able to deal with this number of visitors. The application advised that there is no intention to increase the alcohol offering beyond being able to offer a drink with a meal, and there is no intention to increase the offering to a bar facility. Those attending the premises will be subject to the usual cafe opening times, and it does not give cause for concern. However, having reviewed the documents, there was no objections to raise in respect of the application from a health and safety viewpoint. Officers responded to health and safety, advising that whilst the application states that the applicant wishes to offer diners a glass of wine and that there is no intention of turning the cafe into a fully fledged bar, there is no restriction contained within the operating schedule which would restrict alcohol to being offered with food. The application further states that they intend to host weddings and hand fastings, but again, no restrictions are provided to that alcohol will only be provided with food. Officers asked them to confirm that they have no objection to the application, having considered this. A further response was received from the health and safety team stating that having considered that, there are no objections from them. They considered that should it come to light in the future, there are any issues arising, they are satisfied that they could be dealt with under the appropriate health and safety legislation direct between them and the owner, operator, or by calling for a review of the licence. A response was received from Trading Standards stating that they have no objections as a Challenge 25 policy has been included and the refusals register and training would be in place for underage sales. Responses of no objections were also received from Environmental Protection, Local Planning, Child Protection, Public Health and the Licensing Compliance Team. Members will note that the representations received relate to the prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, prevention of public nuisance and the protection of children from harm licensing objectives. An application for a premises licence was submitted by the applicant in 2020. The applicant withdrew the application. Prior to determination, officers have advised other persons that representations made in relation to a previous application cannot be taken into account. Each application must be considered on its own individual merits. Other persons expressed concerns in relation to the applicant applying for additional hours at a later date should this application be approved today. As members are aware, the council can only consider the application before them, and again, each application must be considered on its own merits. Members will note that some representations from other persons suggest that members undertake a site visit. As the chairman has already indicated, they feel this is not necessary. Members will note that some of the representations refer to an incident that took place at the premises which unfortunately led to the death of an individual. The coroner's inquest is yet to take place at the time of writing the report. The applicant's representatives has advised that they are instructed not to comment on the comments raised in this regard. Members will be aware that a public performance of live unamplified music that takes place between the hours of 0800 and 2300 hours on the same day no longer requires a licence under the Act, and that this came into effect following the Live Music Act 2012. Members will also be aware that no licence is required for the performance of amplified, live or recorded music which takes place between 0800 and 2300 hours on any premises that is authorised to sell alcohol for consumption on those premises, provided that the audience does not exceed 500. This exemption also comes into effect following the Live Music Act 2012, and exemptions apply automatically. The application proposes the sale of alcohol until 17:30 and the hours the premises are open to the public until 1800 hours. The description of the premises contained within the application stated that the cafe is not open to visitors after 1700 and 1600 during the winter months. In response to representations received, the applicant's agent advised the applicant wishes to sell alcohol until 17:30 in the summer months, 1st of April to the 31st of October, and until 16:30 in the winter months, the 1st of November to the 31st of March. The applicant's agent has then said in further correspondence that they will close at 3:30 p.m. in winter months. Members may wish to ask the applicant to clarify the timings proposed for both the sale of alcohol and hours the premises are open to the public in both the winter and summer months, and may wish to condition the licence if minded to grant. The licensing authority, when considering an application, must have due regard to the guidance issued under section 182 of the Licensing Act 2003 and to its adopted licensing policy. Where it's necessary to depart from the guidance or policy, the licensing authority must give reasons for doing so. The aim of the licensing process is to regulate licensable activities so as to promote the full licensing objectives, which are of equal importance. In particular, members' attention is drawn, but not limited to, certain extracts from the Council's statutory guidance and Licensing Act policy, as shown in the report at pages 13 to 19. When considering the application, members should decide, having considered all the evidence, whether on balance of probabilities one or more of the licensing objectives will be undermined. If the answer is yes, members should then decide what action is appropriate to promote the objectives. The options for consideration are: grant the application in the terms sought, grant the application subject to additional conditions, grant the application but modify conditions, grant the application subject to restrictions, or reject the application. Both the policy and the national guidance emphasise the need for proportionality. Members should consider the imposition of conditions in the first instance, and if this is not sufficient to promote the objectives, should look at imposing restrictions on the licence. Where members are minded to impose conditions, the applicant and other persons should be given the opportunity to comment on those proposals. Thank you, Chair.
Linda, thank you so much for that statement. Do members have any questions for the licensing officer?
No.
Okay.
No.
Right. So we will move on to the applicant, and we have legal representation for the applicant today, which is Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. Hutchinson, if you're on the call, can you just make sure that your microphone is unmuted? You might have to press *6. But before you start, just a reminder, we are here to look at the 4 licensing objectives, as has been stated. So that is protection of children from harm, prevention of crime and disorder, prevention of public nuisance, and promotion of public safety. So all of our focus should be on those objectives and whether or not this application would undermine any of those objectives, and whether or not we can condition those as stated by the officer. So, Mr. Hutchinson, are you with us this morning?
I am, Chair.
Thank you. So could I just, before you make your opening statement, can I just clarify? So there's a question about the hours that you're planning to serve alcohol and the hours of operation. So could you please clarify that? Because, yeah, the last bit that I had through was saying serving alcohol until 3:30 in the winter. So if you could just clarify that for that first, please.
Certainly, I'd be glad to, and apologies for any confusion which I may have inadvertently created. The position is that we intend to open, subject to the lockdown being lifted, we intend to open the cafe in the summer months until 6 p.m, which would entail serving alcohol until 5:30 p.m. And in the winter, the cafe will close at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so we would be serving alcohol only until 3:30 in order to facilitate the appropriate drinking up time. For further clarity's sake, I should make clear that the summer months, from our perspective, are 1st April to 31st October, and the winter months are 1st November to 31st March. Hopefully that goes some way to clarify. I would observe, Chair, that the form which we filled out didn't give us an opportunity to make it clear that we were operating different hours in summer and winter, and that's not something which the form allows you to state, but I do apologise if we caused any confusion in terms of our application.
No, thank you for that clarification, and perhaps our licensing officer could take on that comment about the form and pass that on. Fine, that's fine. So,
could I just interject, please?
Yep.
The form does permit you to provide seasonal variation timings. That box was not completed, nor was the non-standard timings.
Well,
Okay.
in which case it's entirely my error, for which I unreservedly apologise, but I didn't spot that section of the form. So I regret that I have generated the confusion, but hopefully I've been able to clear it up this morning.
that's fine. Yeah, I think it's clear what the hours of operation are and the hours that you're intending to serve from. Right. So if you'd like to present your application, please, Mr. Hutchinson.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I'm mindful of what you said about the need to try to speak in a relatively short period of time. I did file some written submissions in respect of this application. I don't know to what extent the subcommittee has seen those or to what extent they've been circulated to those objecting. What I propose to do is to read from those submissions, subject to anything that you might say to me about whether or not they've already been seen.
Well, I have before me at least 22 different appendices with statements and conversations that have gone back and forth. These are all readily available on the Cornwall Council website, so this is in the public domain. So from a circulation point of view, I've had everything via email, and it's also accessible on the public-facing website. So we should be up to speed with everything, including the latest information that was sent to us yesterday.
If I could interject, the applicant's submission is contained within supplementary agenda 3.
Yep.
For the committee on pages 8 to 14.
Thank you. So with that in mind, Mr. Hutchinson, I mean, if you'd like to continue, knowing that we have read and are aware of the application on all the.
That's a helpful indication, and it might well be that some of those objecting will already be familiar with what I'm about to say. But I will read what I believe to be the pertinent section of those submissions.
Okay.
So, St Nectan's Glen is a much-loved ancient beauty spot dedicated to the protection and preservation of nature, and we encourage all visitors to walk through the woodland, which is a free and beautiful walk along a public footpath. We have a Ward Lock's Red Guide holiday book that lists St Nectan's Cave as a place to visit when coming to Tintagel. The guide we have is the 15th edition. It was first published in 1892. We have 189 members who attend the Glen regularly. Many of our visitors come from an urban environment with limited amenities, and we offer them a glimpse of the natural beauty of Cornwall. We welcome visitors from all around the world. We believe nature is important for good mental health, and we facilitate retreats for groups who enjoy nature, yoga, and healthy living. Our aim is to allow visitors to enjoy nature safely and to educate about nature and the importance of protection of the natural environment. We know that many marriage proposals happen at the Glen, and since 2015 we have been able to host small weddings and hand fastings. Our Tree of Life cafe and a small gift shop on the site generate funds to enable us to maintain the natural beauty of the Glen and plant trees to enhance that beauty. St Nectan's Glen Limited has this month employed a full-time woodsman to ensure that we maintain and improve our beautiful surroundings. Part of the Glen is designated as a site of special scientific interest, and we liaise with Natural England as appropriate and value the advice we get from that source. In terms of I appreciate, Chair, that you are familiar with the Glen, but for those who are not familiar with the Glen, you can get to St Nectan's Glen on foot. There are public footpaths from Tintagel and from Boscastle to the Glen. You can also travel here by bus, and you can also travel, obviously, by car. And our car parks are adjacent to the bus stop on the B3263 at Trethevey. It's important that I should stress that 80% of visitors come to the Glen between April and September, and that they walk to the Glen. There is no visitor car park at the Glen itself, although there is limited parking for staff vehicles. There are two main routes of public access to the Glen, namely via the private tarmac road leading to the Woodland Walk, and secondly via Genver Lane, which is a byway open to all traffic. There is a third means of access from the car park, which is operated in peak season at Halgabron. The pass from that car park connects with the Woodland Walk, but that car park is not currently operational. The private road is subject to a right-of-way. The vast majority of our visitors park in our car parks off the B3263 and walk to the Glen via the Woodland Walk, accessed via a private road which has a tarmac surface. There is no need for visitors to drive onto that private road, and there is nowhere for them to park on or off that road. We have installed signage at the entrance to the private road to discourage visitors from entering it. A minority of visitors access and or exit the Glen via Genver Lane, which, as I've mentioned, is a byway open to all traffic, so designated by the Highway Authority. The surface of Genver Lane is in need of repair, and I would not personally attempt to drive along it, other than in a Land Rover or similar. The regular users of Genver Lane are the owners and occupants of 4 properties, our staff, the postman, and local farmers. we discourage visitors from accessing the Glen via Genver Lane for a number of reasons, primarily to minimise the potential for contact with the residents of the 4 properties which I've just mentioned. The Highway Authority has installed a prominent sign, it installed it in fact some years ago, which is designed to discourage motorists from attempting to drive along Genver Lane, notwithstanding its designation as a BOAT. It's important that I should mention that as a consequence of the COVID-19 restrictions imposed by the government, we operated a one-way system for accessing the Glen from the 4th until the 22nd of July of last year. That one-way system gave rise to complaints from our immediate neighbours and was discontinued. Whilst St Nectan's Glen intends to continue to advise our visitors to the Glen not to leave via Genver Lane, it will be appreciated that it is perfectly lawful for visitors to choose to do so. Prior to drafting these submissions, I looked at the statement of licensing policy online and noted the following from that policy. 1.8, any conditions must be focused on matters which are in the control of individual operators. 1.9, the licensing authority acknowledges that licensing law is not the primary mechanism for the general control of nuisance and antisocial behaviour by individuals once they are away from licensed premises. 1.17, alcohol holds a prominent place in our communities and enjoyed safely, ideally at low risk levels. It can have a positive role in family and social life, as well as being an important factor in Cornwall's economy. And finally, 3.4, the economy of Cornwall depends heavily upon its successful tourist industry, which accounts for 25% of the Cornish economy. Also, the food and drink industry alone generates around 30% of all jobs in the Duchy. I'd like to say something specifically about St Nectan's Glen Limited. It's a company, obviously. The Glen is owned by Guy Mills and it's operated by St Nectan's Glen Limited. It employs 10 full-time staff, 6 seasonal staff, as well as 2 contractors. The Glen attracts visitors to North Cornwall and contributes to the economy of Tintagel and of North Cornwall more generally. In terms of the application itself, the applicant, Mr. Ward, made an application for a licence last year, which, as we've heard, was withdrawn. We looked in detail at the objections of local residents to that 2020 application, and the members of the subcommittee will have noted that the current application is much narrower in scope, in that it relates to the Tree of Life Cafe only and for limited hours. In the event that a licence is granted, alcohol will be sold until 5:30 in the summer and 3:30 in the winter months, with no music nor off sales. I think I've probably spent my allocated 3 minutes now, so I think it's probably time for me to stop speaking. Unless anybody has any questions they would like to ask at this stage. I should make clear that the applicant, Mr. Ward, is in the same room as me and is available to answer any questions should that be appropriate.
That's very helpful, Mr. Hutchinson. Yes, you hit your 3 minutes about 7 minutes ago, but that's fine.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I think it's important to hear the application. So, and helpful to understand that Mr. Ward is there with you, because we might have some questions that he might have more knowledge of than yourself. So, do members have any questions for Mr. Hutchinson, please, on the application that's before us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Jewell.
Yes, Mr. Hutchins. In regards to this licence, are people they're only going to be able to consume the drink within the premises of the cafe, or how far outside the cafe? Or will they be able to down into the Glen with drink? Will it be contained? They must consume the drink within the confines of the premises.
Well, I think, Councillor Jewell, that's really an operational question for my colleague Matt Ward, who is in fact the applicant. Would you like to hear from him on that point, or would you like me to address it?
If he's more suitable, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
I think that must be right.
So hello. So the plan at the site is in the application, and we just people will be able to consume alcohol inside the Tree of Life Cafe and inside the boundary of the Tree of Life Cafe's garden.
Okay, because I'm just a bit concerned they may, wander outside the confines up to the full or down through the woods, but it's going to be within the area of the cafe where the seating is. Yeah.
That's right, and we're going to install signage at exit points of the cafe garden.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That concludes my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Just to reassure you, Councillor Jewell, it's also not possible for the public to access the waterfall without going through a security gate, and there would be no question of anybody going through that security gate with any kind of glass in their hand, regardless of whether it was alcohol or anything else. That simply would not be allowed to happen.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Jewell. Any other questions at this point? Okay, I have a few questions, if I might, Mr. Hutchinson, and Councillor Jewell has kind of asked one of mine. I might want a bit more detail on that from Mr. Ward, though. So first question I have, Mr. Hutchinson, there have been some concerns raised about your relationship with one of the parish councillors and concern over whether or not you're giving us an impartial judgment here on an opinion, because you're both members of the same Rotary Club. So I'm just wondering if that's a correct statement, if you could explain a bit more about your relationship with that parish councillor.
Yes, it's a correct statement. I'm a member, very proud to be a member of the Rotary Club of Weybridge. The councillor to whom you refer is a councillor whose name is Michael Goward, known to me as Mick. Mick and I have been in the Rotary Club for over a decade. It's a charitable organisation which has raised in excess of £250,000 for charity. I'm very proud to be a member of it. In terms of its bearing on this application, I'm not really quite sure it has any. Tintagel Parish Council has neither objected nor supported this application. I'm not really quite sure of the relevance of my membership of that club beyond that point, really, unless I'm missing something.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to determine if it was a true statement and whether or not you were happy to continue, basing this that you're going to have an impartial view on things as we move forward.
I'm very much impartial and objective. What I would say, not that it's strictly relevant, but just to clear it up, there's a councillor by the name of John Brooks. I am aware from things on Facebook and on the Tintagel Parish website that it's been suggested at recent meetings that he's not impartial and is a member of my Rotary Club and a personal friend of mine. Absolutely baseless gossip and rumour. I've only ever met the gentleman once, and I don't know him other than meeting him on one occasion with the local councillor on a site meeting, and he certainly isn't a member of my Rotary Club, nor is he a personal friend of mine. If that serves to clear that issue up, then I'm very happy to make that statement.
That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. No, that's absolutely fine. So I do have a few other questions for you, and some of that will be based on the representations that will be made, and some are just questions about the application itself. So so if you'll indulge me, I do have quite a few which would help me and hopefully other members. So we've clarified the hours. So you've had weddings and hand festings at the premises. Have there ever been any complaints as a result of any of those weddings or hand festings? No,
there have not. Okay. We've had. I have my colleague here, as I've mentioned, and I think I'm correct in asserting that we've had 8 weddings. Okay. Over the course of the last 2 years, so that's 8 in total, and we've not had any complaints.
Were these operated with attends? Were there temporary events notices involved?
There was no alcohol served at any of these functions. There was no need for attends application. Okay.
Next question might be one for Mr. Ward, but there are quite a few statements made and representations made from residents about various issues with public safety and nuisance. And I'm just wondering how many times have residents contacted the St. Nectan's Glen to complain about things, and if there's a record of any of those complaints held at the premises at all.
I think that's probably a question which is best addressed by myself. Mm-hmm. We've had one letter. I shan't name the individuals that wrote it. We have had a letter about such issues which relates specifically to the one-way system which I mentioned. asking us to withdraw that one-way system. By the time we received that letter, in fact, the one-way system had already been withdrawn. It's important that I should say that we operated that one-way system on advice of the government and indeed the police with whom we liaised. So we did have that. Beyond that, we do keep records of anybody who rings in to complain, and it is in that context that is surprising to see the level of objections based upon the behaviour of our visitors, because that is not behaviour which has ever been reported to us in such a quantity. If that assists you as an answer, if I can elaborate, I'm very happy to do so.
No, that's fine. So I have a question about visitor numbers. So in the pack it states that there are 20,000 visitors per year, and we've already heard that that is usually during the peak season, so from 1st of April to 31st of October. I'm just wondering what the kind of daily, if there's an average daily number of visitors during peak season, because 20,000 sounds like quite a lot of people. So is there an average daily number visiting the site?
That's not an average daily number. Depends on what time of the year, though. Were you asking for it during the summer months?
Yes, during peak season.
Right, okay. Well, that's not a question for me. That's an operational question. So I'll have to defer to my colleague on that.
Yep.
About 500 a day.
That's fine. That's helpful.
Peak season.
Okay, this one is for you, Mr. Hutchinson. So on the top of page 210, in your reply to representation from Tara Carradine and from Richard Hudson, I believe, so a lot of the concerns that have been raised have been around the parking issues. And I don't think that we're just, there's any question about whether or not there's a parking issue out of season. There's obviously not a parking issue out of season. So it's more about the concerns of what's happening in peak season with the parking and the safety that's presented. So on page, so just a second, Mr. Hutchinson. So on page 210, in your reply to them, you state that the car park can accommodate 47 cars, which is more than adequate, save in peak season. That's your statement. So this statement acknowledges that the car parks are not adequate in peak season. And also, the suggestion of more signage to solve the problem. So it indicates there's a problem. Then you go on to say that 80% visit in peak season, and our car parks are seldom full outside peak season. So your statement actually indicates that there is an issue in peak season. I wonder if you'd like to respond to that at all, please.
Yes, well, I say in a great many of my responses that it's acknowledged that there was a parking problem following the lifting of lockdown last summer, when we had a surge of visitors to the Glen. There's no point running away from that. That is a fact. Obviously, people were not able to travel abroad, and more people came to the Glen last summer than ever before. And you'll perhaps be aware that Cornwall Council took measures from September to November to restrict parking at the Glen because of that exact reason. There is no running away from that fact. However, it's important that you should be aware that at a meeting of the Tintagel Parish Council as recently as last week, there is a proposal to resolve these parking issues, whereby a local farmer is proposing to open a car park on the B3263 adjacent our existing car parks. And I understand, although I wasn't personally at the meeting, I understand that has garnered a great deal of local support from the Highway Authority, the local police and local residents. So I would suggest that those parking problems, which are historic, will not necessarily run on into the future for that reason and for other reasons, which I can happily address. There is also a seasonal car park, which is operated by some local farmers at Halgabran, was operated last year, and I understand is to be operated again this year, which should alleviate any parking difficulties. So that's my view about that, and I'm very happy to elaborate on any aspects of it should you wish.
Yeah, just if you could just elaborate for me briefly. So you've stated that there was a surge after lockdown last year, but my understanding and my experience of the site is that the parking problems existed prior to that, and certainly the two times that I visited in 2019, You know, there were parking issues then. So this is not just an issue with you know, a surge after last year's lockdown. I'm sure there'll be another surge now. But I just want to understand if you recognize that this is you actually said the word historic there in your statement just there, that parking problems are a historic issue. So I'm just wondering if you recognize that this is an issue that predates lockdown and our current pandemic situation.
Well, all I can say about that is that, as you'll have seen from our responses to objections, we were concerned about the parking post-lockdown to such an extent that we wrote to the local police, to take advice with regard to whether or not action needed to be taken either by the police or otherwise. We haven't felt the need to write to the police regarding parking issues in previous peak seasons. So all I can say really is that we wouldn't have regarded it as necessary to do that in previous years. I can't speak to your personal experience of seeing parking issues at the Glen, because obviously I don't know when it was that you attended at the Glen. I presume it must have been in peak season, but the answer seems to be that the Highway Authority is introducing a TRO, I'm told, with effect from the 12th of April at the B3263 at Tretheavey. So parking will be prohibited from the 12th of April, as I understand it. And I further understand that they are looking to make those restrictions permanent and to reduce the speed limit in the local area from its current 60 to 30, presumably for safety-related reasons. So, as I say, there are moves afoot to regulate car parking in the wider context.
That's fine. So yes, my last visits were in 2019. Once was at the beginning of June, and once was in the middle of August. So absolutely in peak season. So yes, and definitely historic issues there. So okay, that's fine. So the other thing is, you know, whatever statements that are made today, of course, members will take those into consideration. But some statements will have more weight than others. So where there's evidence provided, that will actually carry a bit more weight. So one of the videos that was provided to us that was taken by one of the parish councillors, I believe, which was on the 14th of February on Valentine's Day of this year in the rain, is not going to carry much weight because we were in lockdown. It was a rainy, wet Sunday, and it was out of peak season. So that one, you know, as far as saying there's not a parking problem, for me, doesn't carry a whole lot of weight. Of course, we'll take it into consideration. But you know, where there's evidence behind statements, they'll of course carry more weight. But you know, members will take into consideration whatever people say to us today. So another question. This might be more operational. I'm just trying to understand those kind of parking issues a little bit. Are there other attractions there at Tretheavey that would attract people to park on that? You know, on the verges, apart from St. Nectan's Glen, or are we confident that the majority of the parking issues that are caused there are people who are parking to access St. Nectan's Glen, that is?
I mean, the is access from onto the coast paths, which plenty of people walk along. As Stuart has said, Mr. Hutchins has said that it is a public right of way through the Glen, so it's open to walkers. And there's also parking down near Rocky Valley, which there's a lay-by just along the road, and it's very small, and people access that, so they can park up on the grass verge to access Rocky Valley and the coast paths.
Okay, that's fine. So I want to kind of go back to Councillor Jewell's question a little bit, which is about the site and where people are allowed to consume alcohol. So on page 22 of our pack, this is Appendix 1. There's a perimeter of premises and all licensable activities with a big black outline. Then you've got alcohol sales in red, which is outlining the Tree of Life Cafe in the outside area there. So I am aware of the gate, the electronic gate that people have to get to access the falls. So I just am trying to understand that first, if you've got access to page 22 there, the first one I'm trying to understand. So perimeter of premises and all licensable activities. Are we stating that is just the Tree of Life Cafe and the outside area, or we've got this big outlined black area? So can you just?
It's just the Tree of Life Cafe and the Cafe Garden.
Okay, that's fine. So knowing the access to the falls and knowing how quite tricky it can be, it's quite steep, going up and down and so forth. But I'm just wondering, so customers that have accessed the cafe, I'm assuming that they could go to the cafe, have a couple of drinks, and then go and access the falls if they chose to do so. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to know if there are any measures in place. I don't know that there's anything in the application that would address this situation. So if a member of staff who's selling tickets to access the falls, notices someone coming down who's possibly had too much to consume, are there any measures in place to consider how a member of staff would deal that or would prevent someone from accessing the falls if they felt they might have had too much to drink?
I mean, as part of the staff training that we'll put in place if the application is successful, there's a section in there on identifying people who've had too much to drink, but they won't be, because that's part of the license application, and as part of the conditions of it, we wouldn't be allowed to be serving people.
Okay. But presumably people could go to and fro between the cafe and the falls is really my question. So obviously they can't carry drinks with them, but they can as an individual kind of go and have a drink and then wander off down to the falls if that's what they wanted to do.
Yes, I mean, as part of the application and part of the staff training for the staff, I mean, it's possible for that to happen.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So I want to understand a little bit about how you record strips and falls at the site. So I've accessed the site through the Woodland Path. I've never used the Genver Lane Road. That wouldn't be the way that I would access St. Nectan's Glen, and it sounds like the majority of people are using the Woodland Path. But that kind of final approach up to the site is. There are some nice images that have been provided in one of the packs, kind of showing how there are rocks and it's quite slippery and so forth. But once we're on the site, in the kind of overall access to the falls, I'm just wondering, what's the safety record like on site? And do I would assume there's an accident book that you keep track of slips, trips, and falls. And I'm just wondering kind of what the incidence is, because I know you'll have all sorts of ages of people accessing it, and what's the safety record like without alcohol on site at the moment. So what's if you could just explain a little bit about that to me, please.
Well, that's probably a question for me, I think. Yes, obviously we do have an accident report form as is required by law, and indeed is required by our insurers. I've already intimated that, it's already been explained that there was a serious incident on site on the 1st of July of 2019, and I'm not going to go into the details of that for reasons which have already been explained, because there's an inquest pending.
No, and I wouldn't want you to go into detail about that. I'm more interested in anything that's happening from members of the public as opposed to members. I mean, members of the staff, of course, I'm concerned with their safety as well, but I'm more interested in members of the public.
Yes, well, there's very little to report in terms of incidents involving members of the public. We did have an incident here last year where a lady unfortunately took unwell down at the waterfall, and to cut a long story short, we were able to get first responders and paramedics out to her, and she was eventually taken away from the Glen in the air ambulance because she had quite significant medical issues, not in any way related to anything here at the Glen, and certainly not as a consequence of a fall. She just happened to take ill while she was with us, and that was handled, in my estimation, very calmly and efficiently by our staff. That's really the only incident of significance which I can tell you about.
Okay, so over all the years of operating, there haven't been any other slips, trips, and falls that have been reported by members of the public, either accessing the falls or, going up or down, accessing St. Nectan's Glen.
Well, I'm not in operational control here. I'm the lawyer for St. Nectan's Glen. I'm looking at my colleagues to see if there's anything of significance that they feel that you need to be aware of.
I mean, no, not that's reportable.
Okay.
We had one lady maybe last year slightly fell and slightly twisted her ankle on the approach to get up, but nothing that is significant.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, that's significant, isn't it?
Thank you. I feel like someone's microphone might be live, so if people are on the call and their mics are open, if you could just mute them for me, please. I'm just going to look through my list because I can see. I have a couple. Oh, that's good. Someone just muted their mic. That's good. Oh, and the other one's done too. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Much appreciated. Okay. Okay, that's helpful to understand. Thank you. So the other thing that I was interested in is Mr. Fosbury raises some concerns over the fire safety certificate and the legal numbers allowed on the site. So earlier you stated that you generally have about 500 visitors per day during peak season. What is the actual legal number allowed at the Tree of Life Cafe and its external seating area, and I suppose the whole site? Is there a fire safety certificate for the cafe and the external seating area with numbers? And can you tell me what that legal number is from a fire safety point of view, please?
I mean,
well, I think first of all, it's important to say that we've given an estimated number of 500 people per day in peak season, but it's important to say that those 500 people are not all on site at the same time. There will be people arriving in the morning who will leave by lunchtime. There will be people who will be arriving in the afternoon. So I wouldn't want you to have formed the impression that there are ever 500 people on site all at the same time. Beyond that, I think my colleague Matt wants to deal with your inquiry in terms of numbers.
Okay.
I mean, in terms of numbers inside the cafe, we can sit 41 people inside and 66 people outside.
So that's what you can sit. Is that the kind of legal number allowed by fire safety? So you're talking 107 people?
At any one time, yes. I mean, the fire brigade...
He's asking if they've specified the fire services specified a number of people. Okay.
So fire safety certificate would state 107 people would be the kind of maximum number allowed at the cafe and external area?
Inside...
Are you saying that the fire safety certificate doesn't state a maximum number of people, Matt?
I don't think it does.
Right, okay.
I mean, the fire brigade have yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
I think that Mr. Ward is going to have to check the documentation to see if there's any issue arising there. What I can say is I'm aware that there is no representations from the fire authority in relation to our application, and that I have been, as recently as yesterday, in correspondence with Terry Nottle, who's the fire service officer who came out to look at the premises back in February, and he's expressed no concerns to me at all about the number of people on site. But I'm afraid I don't have any knowledge of there being a specific number of which the fire service has stated in terms of the number of people who can be on site. I'm afraid that I would need to check that out. But I can say that Mr. Nottle has not got any concerns, hence the lack of representations in relation to our application.
Okay, that's fine. Right, I just have one final question, which is kind of possibly unrelated, but I just want to know if it has an impact on the site and what's happening environmentally in the valley. I'm just interested because I know Tretheavy Quarry is kind of up behind your site there. Do you have any noise impact or environmental impacts from the quarry behind you there?
No, not really.
That's fine. Okay, so that's it for my questions. Do members have you thought of any other questions yourselves to ask Mr. Hutchinson or Mr. Ward at all? Otherwise, we're gonna move on in the procedure here.
Nothing from me, Chairman.
Thank you.
No, nothing from me, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, that's fine. So that's it for you now, Mr. Hutchinson. So I would ask that you just sit silent and listen to the representations that are made, and any questions or statements that are made that you'd like to address. You will have the right of final submission, so you'll be able to address those in your final submission. I am conscious that we've given quite a bit of time to hearing the applicant and their statement, And of course, I have asked that we try to limit statements to 3 for people making 3 minutes for people making representations. I will, of course, be flexible with that, and we are here to listen to you. But please be assured that we have read all the various appendices that have come through to us. So just to kind of cue people up a little bit. So my first 2 speakers that I have are. Well, I'll just read the whole list so people know that I've got them down to speak. So I first have Lee Fosbury, then I've got Brian Littlejohns, then I've got Chris Waite, Andrew Ferguson, Tara Carradine, Richard Hudson, and we have Councillor Barry Jordan here as well, who's down to speak, who's the Cornwall Councillor for the area, and we have Patricia Hyatt, who's also here to speak in support. So those are all the speakers that I have. So if I could invite Mr. Fosbury to
Chairman, Sarah Goodall, Democratic Services.
Yep.
Mr. Hill has his hand up for a question, Councillor.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the X's in the box. Sorry about that one. So
Sorry about
go
that,
ahead.
Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to ask the applicants if what their intentions were regarding the sale of alcohol, and in particular, are they planning that the alcohol be served with food?
Yes.
Perhaps Mr. Hutchinson could answer that.
Yeah, yes, certainly. I'll do my best to assist. I think that the idea would be to serve wine in probably single glass type bottles. I don't know if this is what you're getting at, Mr. Hill, and to serve probably local beer in bottles. That would be the general idea. There wouldn't be any suggestion of any spirits being sold or any beer pumps or anything of that nature. It's intended to be something where you come for a walk and you have a glass of wine with your lunch. There is also the possibility of somebody having a wedding at St Nectan's Glen who may wish to have champagne to toast their marriage. Interestingly, we don't generally get asked that by people who get married here for whatever reason, but that would be a possibility in the event that a license were to be granted. Does that give you a feel for what it is that you have in mind?
Yes, and I mean, if members were minded to grant, would you have any objection to the license being so conditioned? Do
you mean specifically that only those who are eating something could purchase alcohol? Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I've got my colleagues here. If you give me a moment.
Yeah, sure. Sorry about that. I don't
not at all. Not at all, Mr. Hill. Both of my colleagues who are in operational control are listening to this call. I thought that was appropriate. They're both intimating that they have no objection to such a condition being imposed if the subcommittee is minded to impose such a condition.
I'm grateful, Mr. Hutchinson. Thank you.
Thank you for that,
Chair.
Kevin. Sorry I didn't see your hand. I'm looking at the chat box, so apologies.
You've got so many different things here, Chair.
Thank you. So we're going to start. So actually, let's just pause for a minute. We've been going for an hour and 10 minutes. Would anybody like a quick comfort break of 5 minutes? Does anybody like to pause for a minute, or are we happy to crack on with things?
Chair, both of my clients wish to use the bathroom. If that's
okay. Let's pause for 5 minutes, and we'll be back at 11:15. Okay, just a quick pause, quick comfort break, and we'll be right back. Okay.
Alright. I've got a feeling though they're going to bring up back this.
I need to be mindful that that one's still on.
Mr. Chairman, Councillor Jewell here.
Yes, Councillor Jewell.
Hi, yeah, sorry, yeah, my thing just dropped out. I just had to reset my computer, so I've been out of the meeting for the last couple of minutes, but I am now back in. It just the screen went blank, and I had to reset my computer. I've had it before, but I am now back with the meeting. All right.
Okay. Did you? When did it drop out? I mean, we've just taken a quick comfort break, so.
You were getting some thoughts back from the solicitor and the premise operators in regards to whether they're going to sell the drink with the food only, and our solicitor was saying, would he be prepared to that condition?
Okay.
Okay. Sorry about that.
I don't think you missed anything.
It does it now and then. It's the modern technology. There we go.
Indeed. Thank you.
So what's the answer?
Someone's mic is still live. I can hear a bit of whispering, just so you know.
Forget that. This is important. This is.
Right, so I make it 11:15. If the meeting is paused, can we restart the meeting, please? And is everybody back that went and has? Well, hopefully everybody's back. Are you there, Councillor Hayward and Councillor?
I am indeed, Chairman.
Excellent.
Did I just miss the comfort break, Jess? Did I? Don't worry about it. I'm fine.
Okay,
I'm fine.
thanks, Alan.
There you go.
Okay. Right, so if everybody's back in the meeting and we're unpaused, Sarah, can you just confirm that the meeting has been unpaused and we're back? The live stream is back on.
Yes, the live stream's been continuing.
Okay, that's fine. Brilliant. Thank you for that. So the first person that I have on my list to speak is Lee Fosbury, and I just want to say thank you very much, Mr. Fosbury, for your very thorough representations, and you're appearing in Appendix 6, 6A, 6B, so there's lots of information that you've sent in to us, and I also understand that you're here representing Linda and Brian Spring, so you're here representing them as well. So just thank you so much for taking the time, to send us all the different bits of information that you did and to scrutinize things so thoroughly, and also for being here to represent Mr. and Mrs. Spring, or Linda and Brian Spring. So Lee, or Mr. Fosbury, if you'd like to present your representation, please, and then there'll be an opportunity for members to ask you questions.
Okay, sir, thank you and good morning. Lee's fine. I think first I'll just introduce myself very quickly. I'm conscious of the 3-minute rule. I currently live about 150 metres from the Glen. I note that in all objections, the applicant has made it clear that I've only lived here since 2018. And indeed, that's correct. I think prior to that point, both my house and my neighbour's house were unoccupied for vast times during the year. And because of that, maybe the behaviour of the crowds, the customers and the Glen was not monitored and not reported upon. And perhaps that's why the applicant feels that he's been bullied, for want of a better word. Prior to moving to Cornwall, I served as a senior police officer, and I had responsibility for policing of the nighttime economies. I've also presented to various government ministers involved in licensing issues, or more importantly, alcohol and the effects on crime and things like that. So I feel that I'm quite qualified with regards to this matter. Sir, I don't intend to go through my whole evidence line by line, because I'm hoping that you've read it, you've seen the videos and the photographs, etc. Obviously, you will be aware that there's a crossover between the 4 objectives that the licensing need to consider with regards to different aspects. So, despite what appears to be the applicant's submission that all of the objectives are over egg in the pudding, shall we say, there is obviously a concern. So first, I'd like to say the applicant is correct with regard to his legal responsibility. There's no need, for argument's sake, for public liability insurance on a public footpath. And that is maybe why, when we do complain to the applicant, and although he says he's only had 1, I can give you at least 3 incidents where I've complained to the Glen. I had a drone flying over my house, the smell from their sewers, as well as he rightly points out, the fact that I couldn't get any deliveries because of all the people walking down the lane. So there's 3, and they were all separate incidents. So despite the applicant correctly saying that he's got no legal responsibility for any person on a public footpath, and that would include the public footpath right next to the cafe on which he intends to serve alcohol, he would have no liability for anybody standing on that footpath. He still, however, in my opinion, has a duty of care. And the only way that I can see that he can conduct that duty of care is to influence behaviour of the people attending and leaving his site. So as you're well aware, sir, the site itself is quite remote. The only 2 accesses are along the river, as you said, which the pathway, I think from my pictures, my video and your own experience, you know, it's not the best condition. It's quite steep. It's quite hard to negotiate. And along Denver Lane. I'm not going to concentrate on the pathway except to say that the applicant says that it is not a danger to walk along there. Well, if that's been the case, why has he got signs, which I've evidenced, to say that it is? And there are various dangers or various hazards, should I say, to encounter. I'll also just touch on a point which you quite rightly raised, I believe, about the number of injuries or incidents at the Glen. So there may be few, and obviously they only need to report things that happen on their premise, i.e. people going down to the waterfall, in the cafe, etc. And not perhaps so much on people attending when they're on the public footpath, or more importantly, in this case, should they be granted a licence and people consuming alcohol, people leaving and sustaining injuries on the way back from the Glen, travelling down the path or down Denver Lane. And of course, if someone did, they wouldn't want to turn round and go all the way back to report the matter. So that there could be some skewed facts and figures there. What I would like to say to the committee is that on at least one occasion last year, I was travelling down the lane myself and during lockdown, so I did breach the thing. I did give a lift to a young lady who'd sprained her ankle, not at the Glen, but on the path, Denver Lane, coming back up past my neighbour's house. So incidents do happen without alcohol being present. So as I've said, the only option available to the applicant is to influence the behaviour of people leaving, and it is mainly people leaving, or on his site. He said that many of the objections are irrelevant that he's received, but my submission is that they are far from irrelevant. In fact, they're very relevant. I'll discuss first Denver Lane, because that, as the applicant said, is the only vehicular access to the premise. And the applicant has quite rightly pointed out that he himself would not drive his own car up there. They do not get deliveries up to the Glen, apart from I believe the sewage wagon, which empties my cesspit and I presume theirs as well, and the oil lorry, which delivers oil to both premises. But these are specially adapted vehicles, and I have to pay extra for an especially adapted vehicle to come to these premises. So the lane itself is as Mr. Hutchinson said, is a BOAT, a byway open to all traffic. I have experience of policing BOATs. In fact, Green Lane crime was one of the things I was responsible for in my early traffic days. And I can say that from a coroner's inquest I attended and the Highways Authority, the only obligation upon the Highways Authority with a BOAT, although it has vehicular access, is to maintain it, or to maintain the surface so that it's passable on foot and on horseback. They don't have to provide a metallic surface, i.e. no tarmac. And indeed, that's the case with this lane. It's very steep. It's got a really poor soil surface, which when it's wet, you can't get any grip on unless you've got a four-wheel drive car. It's also very narrow. So with that, I'd like to perhaps present to the panel the fact that it's my belief that the emergency vehicle access is totally unsuitable. The lane itself does not meet either the government standards or Cornwall Council's own standards on emergency access. And I did provide a copy of Cornwall Council's policies, which gives the various widths of curb-to-curb requirements for vehicles. Now, I know the applicant is going to say, well, we've received no objection from the fire service or the others. And I can state from experience, having been a senior officer in the police, that applicants do not go, requests do not go to the person on the street. They do not go to the police officer that attends the incident. They do not go to the PCSO that deals with parking issues. They're done generally from an admin office. And it depends on what information and what evidence that admin office or that particular person has. Now, the fire officer who attended my house to give me a risk assessment for my house said that the lane was not wide enough for a fire engine to come up. He did, however, say that a 4x4 fire vehicle, a Ford Ranger, could. And of course, he'd be correct because the lane does not fit the criteria laid down by the council and the government. So the fact that there's no objections received from these agencies does not necessarily mean that the lane or the access is suitable for use as emergency access. It just means that they do not object to the licence being given. So I'd also ask to consider, if there is no problem with access, why has the Glen, the cafe, Tree of Life Cafe in particular, had to have extra building regulation things put in, such as sprinklers, etc.? My understanding is that is to allow specialist vehicles, such as the fire tender at Launceston, which can get up the lane, a four-wheel drive one with larger wheels, to attend, to give it the extra time, and of course to allow people to leave the building. There's also the ambulance attendants. Now, myself and all the other residents, we do not dispute that the four-wheel drive ambulance cars can get up the lane, because our own four-wheel drives can get up the lane. We all have to drive four-wheel drives. We have no choice. We couldn't try and drive up the lane and say a Fiat 500 or something similar. So we do not state that. What cannot get up the lane successfully at all weathers, at all times, is a standard ambulance, i.e. the one with a stretcher in the back where persons can be taken from the scene. And that's been proven on a number of occasions. I'll leave my colleague, my neighbour, to give you details of the two incidents he had. But since we've been here, since 2018, there's been 2 serious incidents at the Glen. And I have provided evidence on both. I'm not going to go into them in respect for Mr. Hutchins there. But the second one, I showed a complete line of ambulances stuck out in the lane outside my house. Now, the reason for that was the ambulance grounded out. So the first ambulance blocked the lane, and the other ones that attending, which could have got past, obviously couldn't because the ambulance was blocking the lane. So the public safety aspect is not only on attendance at the Glen, but it's other issues as well. Like, I could not, for the time that was being dealt with, leave my house. Members of the Glen staff, who I'm not disputing dealt with it the incident adequately, but they couldn't leave in their Land Rover to go and collect the crew from the helicopter. And the reason being is they couldn't get past the obstruction in the lane because it was blocked. And in fact, my neighbour went to get them. So in applying the test as to whether that lane is suitable for emergency vehicle access as the only vehicular access to that site, I would encourage the committee to use the man on the Clapham omnibus test, which is basically look at the photos, look at the videos that I've supplied, look at the width of the lane, look at the council and the government management criteria, and to see if it passes. And I'll just give you an example of what I mean by the fact that not all agencies provide sufficient reasoning for their non the fact that they don't complain, that they have no objections. So highways, for argument's sake, they state they have no objections, and yet the person on the street, the person who actually deals with highways, did have an objection, and I understand he was too late to submit it, so it can't be taken into account. That's because the admin side had no objections listed, but the person on the street did and was able to give details. Now that highways agency person, he did attend a parish council meeting last Wednesday, of which I listened to, and Mr. Hutchins has already touched on this, so I'm not going to go any further. But the parish council have now decided that there is a safety issue with the numbers parking on the road. Now, it's not necessarily the parking, although I understand that the verge was moved back to allow a better view, and obviously if cars are parking on the verge, the fact that the hedge was moved back is irrelevant because you still can't see past the cars. My issue is regards with the people getting in and out of those cars, their pets, their children, etc. They all have to stand on the verge, cross the road, go into the road, which is a 60-mile-an-hour non-restricted national speed limit road, and they need to do that whilst trying to get stuff out of their cars, trying to get in. Now, at the moment, they create a danger, and there have been some real close near misses, which have been evidenced either on Facebook or other platforms. My submission is that danger would be increased if persons returning to their cars have had one or two drinks, be that with a meal or otherwise. The same, my also submission is the same with regards people walking down the lane. I've provided a video to show hordes of people, I describe them as hordes, walking down the lane and children having to be lifted up onto the side to allow vehicles to pass. And that video was taken from my car, which is a normal car's width. Imagine if that is a tractor or an ambulance or a fire engine or a dumper truck. And again, I've shown pictures of that, where there is no room to squeeze past or no room to get up. Obviously, the fact that they're walking on the lane is a safety issue. And despite the applicant stating that he has put up signs, I do not doubt that. And I do not doubt that he will try his best to stop it happening. People are still walking down the lane. Even yesterday and the day before, they're still using the lane to walk down. And it's not such an issue, as you say, this time of year. But in the summer, when there's hordes of people, it is. And again, if those people have consumed alcohol, their behaviour would be completely different, or has the potential to be completely different than it is at the moment. So at the moment, there is a danger, and it is my submission that adding alcohol to that mix has the potential to increase that danger to public safety. And in fact, as I said, the parish council have voted, and Mr. Hutchins has touched on it, they have put these things in place. Now, I'll just quickly cover the two car parks that are proposed. The car park that Mr. Hutchins calls his overflow car park that was put into place last year was still operating last year, and yet persons were still parking on the verge in contravention of the signs. And in fact, I believe myself and others have sent in photographs of the cars between the signs, which clearly says no parking, no waiting, etc., etc. So the car park, the fact that there is an overflow car park has no effect, or very little effect. The same is that car park cannot be used if it is wet or it has been raining, because it's on a steep slope and you can't drive in, you can't drive out. And it's operated by persons over whom the Glen, Mr. Hutchins, the applicant, has no control. So the persons owning the car park could decide to close it on a Wednesday. And of course, Mr. Hutchins is not going to not serve alcohol on a Wednesday because the car park's closed. The new car park that's proposed will have a maximum, as I understand it from the meeting, of 25 to 30 extra spaces. But of course, the car park that's already there will lose some spaces to allow for access. So at the moment, St Nectan's Glen has planning permission for 31 vehicles, I believe, which includes 10 in the car park they actually own, the small one. And of a morning, as they say, they have 10 staff plus seasonal staff who cannot drive their own cars up the lane, so they park them in that car park, and that takes up a few of the spaces. If I'm generous and I say 4, but I'm sure there'll be more. So that reduces that capacity to 6. The current car park that I have planning permission for, the larger one, has a further 22 spaces, and they will lose some of those if the planned car park goes ahead, because access and entry points will be needed. So all in all, if I'm generous, I can probably say they will have parking spaces for 60 cars, and there will be a mandatory prevention of parking along the main road. But 60 vehicles, the car park's not adequate, because I've already shown you videos and pictures of the persons that park along there. There's far more than 60 cars. So unless they come up with a valid solution with a larger car park, etc., the danger is still going to be there. And again, move away from the parking issue, because that might be planning or something else. It's the danger of the people getting into and out of their cars having consumed alcohol. Not to mention, obviously, the fact that we're encouraging people to drive having consumed alcohol. Again, something which the law tries to discourage. So I believe that there's a few issues there that need to be put into place. Also, the temporary car park at the top of the hill, the one the farmer owns, has no planning permission for a car park. So it can only be used for a maximum of 28 days. So I'd say for 28 days during the summer, the applicant has already said that his summer hours, I believe, if I've taken notes correctly, 1st of April to 31st of October. That's far more than 28 days, obviously. So it's going to be next to useless for a vast majority of the time.
So, Mr. Fosbury, could I just ask you to try to wrap up, please? I am indulging you. You've been going for a good 15 minutes now. So if I could ask you to please wrap up for me, that would be helpful.
Very quickly then. I've commented on the toilets, the lack of facilities, and I've been told there's going to be more. But again, they're not in place at the moment. So that's it. And Mr. Hutchins has also said that they have weddings at the location, and they have numbers of visitors which are far in excess of what can be accounted for with the current infrastructure. So the fact that they don't get a license, if a license is not granted, will not have any impact on the number of people that they employ, on the tourism trade or anything, because at the moment they already have a thriving business which is far more has far more custom than the infrastructure can cope with. So if that's my wrap up, sir, then that's what I have to say.
Okay, that's fine. Well, if you could stick with us, and we'll have a few questions for you. So do members have any questions for Mr. Fosbury, please?
No, I heard.
No, thank you, Chairman.
A lot.
Thank you both. That's fine. So I just have jotted a couple of things down there for you, Mr. Fosbury. So again, I appreciate your very thorough statements there, and appreciate the safety issues with Genver Lane and the issues with parking that are historically have happened at the site and continue to happen during peak season. So that's not really in question, but I think again, bringing this back, bringing this back to the one moment, please. Sorry, I didn't want to blow out anybody's ears when I coughed just then. So just bringing it back to the licensing objectives, and so you've heard quite significant bits of information again around the parking, safety of Genver Lane, but the question is whether or not the granting of this license would undermine any of the licensing objectives. And your contention in your statement there is that if alcohol is added to the situation, it makes people's behavior worse. It has an impact on public safety as far as driving home, and so forth. So what I need to understand as well is, that last bit of statement, they said they've got a thriving business. If they didn't have alcohol, it wouldn't impact employment numbers. What I want to understand is, do you believe that if if the committee is minded to grant this application, do you think this will increase visitor numbers if they knew that they're allowed to have a glass of wine at the Glen? I mean, I've never personally traveled up there because I thought, oh, I can have a glass of wine. People are going for the falls. Do you think a granting of license would increase numbers?
It would, in my opinion, not so much as maybe the overall numbers, but the amount of people that attend at any one time. So at the moment, if you can attend the cafe, you can have a quick coffee, slice of cake, or sit down and you leave. If you're there sitting and enjoying, say, a glass of wine or a beer or etc., then you take longer over your meal. There are people coming up behind you that obviously continue to come to the cafe. They don't stop just because the cafe's full. In fact, cafe and the Glen have no facility to stop to limit the numbers attending at all, and indeed they don't. So yes, I do believe that alcohol will increase the patronage.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for that. And I know there was some statements about whether or not we could consider hearsay and so forth. And again, I did say that we can consider anything that's kind of presented to us today and in the application and in the representations. But when there's evidence supporting those statements, they obviously carry a bit more weight. On page 48, paragraph 12, you state the footfall was incredibly low before the applicant made changes to the site. And now, due to changes, it has visitors in the thousands. Are you basing these numbers on just your personal experience, or I mean, I've certainly, it's been marketed and there's been an increase in numbers. So I'm just wondering if you're basing that on some evidence somewhere, or if that's just a kind of I've observed this type of statement.
It's a combination of both, sir. So obviously, I've taken advice from people who've lived here a lot longer than me. But just to give you an example, so in 2018, I moved down and I brought with me two large, long wheelbase 7.5-ton removal lorries, which obviously do not get up the lane. They can't. So I was driving up and down the lane all day from 11 in the morning till 3 a.m, offloading these two lorries in a very small transit van up and down. I think I met about 4 or 5 people in the whole of that term. So that was July 2018. We're now July 2021, and I cannot physically, on a bad day, drive up the lane without meeting a horde of people, or having to stop, or having to reverse, or someone being put in some sort of danger because there is a factor where a vehicle and a person, or two vehicles come together.
Okay, so another question. Can I have a definition for horde in your view? Because the videos and the images that I've seen, I see maybe a handful of people. So what is a horde? And I'd just be interested in understanding what that means to you, sir.
Okay, I use the word horde, but that you can have small groups anywhere between 5 to 10 to 20. Sometimes there's been over 200 people. As you can appreciate, I don't normally just pull into the lane, set my video player going on the pretext that maybe I will meet a load of people. And indeed, I didn't know that I needed to evidence that I was meeting anybody until obviously I was aware of this hearing. So, on occasions, you could meet 30 or 40 people at a time walking down the lane. That would be a horde, as opposed to 1 or 2 with a walking stick and their dog.
Sure. So 30 or 40 people at a time. Sorry, you mentioned 200 people in there as well. What was that in reference to?
The 200 people, that's if I travelled from the bottom of the lane to the top, to where I live, that's the number that I counted on one particular day.
200 people, and that's just about a mile and a half long, this Genver Lane, is that right?
Yeah, 200 people in a mile and a half. And just to add to that as well, there were people picnicking at the top, which I've got no problem with people picnicking at the top. But obviously what I'm saying is there were that amount of people between the bottom and the top, and I counted them. So as they came down in their hordes, and I'm not the only person who lives in the lane, so maybe you should take evidence from others.
Yes, of course.
But as they came down in their 10s and their 20s, that's how many people they were.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for that. So you've mentioned so again the length of the Genver Lane is about a mile and a half. Is that about right?
I think it's about 1.5 miles.
Yeah.
To be honest,
Okay.
I haven't measured it with a wheel or anything, but I think it's about 1.5 miles.
So in your submission, you've stated that, you know, farmers, the residents on the road, and vehicles from the cafe, either transporting rubbish or, you know, someone, you know, the sewage vehicles. How many vehicle movements a day would you say take place up and down Genver Lane for residents, for farmers? I mean, how many on an average day would you say take place?
Okay, so on an average day, on a normal day, there'd be 2 for me, 2 for my wife, and my neighbour would be the same, so that would be 4. And then the people who live halfway down the lane, Mr. and Mrs. Littlejohn and their neighbour, so maybe 6 between the residents. But if we take into account the traffic from the Glen, that could rise to 20 or 30 journeys a day. Yesterday they seemed quite busy because they are actually at the moment doing up their car park at the bottom. I presume they're doing some work on it. So they have to use 2 4-wheel drive vehicles, and I'm not knocking the fact that they use 4-wheel drive vehicles. So, you know, I hope they don't take this personally, but they have to use them because they have to go down to the bottom to collect whatever deliveries made because the vans won't come. Then they come back again. Then they'll have to go down for another delivery and back again. Their post is delivered, as I understand it, to a big box. Their parcel post is delivered to a big box in their thing, and their rubbish bins are all down in the car park. So that doesn't include obviously bringing their staff up to the premises as well. They say they got 10 staff, maybe more during the summer. The 2 vehicles that they do that access the site, one is a 2-seater Land Rover and one is a 2-seater white pickup truck. So that's 4 at a time, and if we take 12, well, there's 3 journeys straight off. That's just bringing the staff up.
Right. Okay. That's helpful to understand. I thank you for that. I think that's probably it for my questions, but I just want to check and see if other members or if our legal counsel had any further questions for Mr. Fosbury.
Nothing from me, Chairman.
Thank you.
Nothing from me, Chair.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Right, so that's it from Mr. Fosbury. So again, really appreciate all your time and the submissions and your experience as well. So thank you for that. We're going to move on to our next speaker now, unless Mr. Fosbury had any final comments briefly that he'd like to make, but otherwise we're gonna move on. What we have next on my list is Brian Littlejohn. So Mr. Littlejohn, if you're on the call, if you could unmute yourself, please, and go through your representations for us, please.
Mr. Littlejohn, it's Sarah Goodall, Democratic Services. If you dial *6 on your keypad on your phone, that should unmute you.
Hello.
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 Hello. Hello. I'm Brian Littlejohn.
Good morning.
Okay. So can I go ahead?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I live in Genver Lane, just 300 yards up, with my wife Anne and our neighbour. I was at the meeting last week to do with the Parish Council and concerning this new extra car park, and I'm speaking on a health and safety issue.
I've lost you there, Mr. Littlejohn.
Sorry.
I've lost you again. I don't know if there's a loose wire or a connection or something.
Hello?
I can hear you now.
Thank you. Thank you. The farmer who is planning to do this new car park, firstly, it is a brilliant idea, and also it has to go through planning yet. And we do live in a place of outstanding natural beauty, as you know. So
You dropped out again.
Until this is actually passed and up and running, there is still a parking issue. And if it is passed, it won't be until later in the season. And I feel it's a health and safety issue. And can I just say that in a bit business or even a home now, you have to have sensible parking. If I was to put in for a planning application for a private residence, I would have to have parking. I wouldn't have to cause a problem with my premises, and I feel this is what's happening with the waterfall. It isn't that we don't want them to function. It's the way it has happened that it's just, I feel, gone larger than size without the infrastructure of parking. And for the first time, we're going into our 16th year living here, so we have seen the waterfall in its very natural best to what it is now. And for the first time through the summer, when I'm driving down the lane and up to my home, I will be locking the door in the season, because sadly there is aggressive people that are about, and our neighbours have had incidents where people using the lane from the waterfall have been knocking on their roof, wondering why they are in the lane. And I am saying, I'm putting my point forward that this is health and safety, and I know you aren't going to do it, but I feel that the parking issue should be put in force first, and then for St Nectan's Glen to apply afterwards when parking is as it should be and it is accommodating to the neighbourhood and to St Nectan's Glen's waterfall.
Thank you.
Could I just say, this is a bit of an embarrassment, but I might have to leave the meeting because I've taken an elderly friend to a hospital appointment. I didn't think it was going to go on for so long. Can I just ask for my wife to continue if there is anything needed to be spoken about?
Well, we've got you here now, Mr. Littlejohn. So once you've finished your statement, and once members have asked you any questions they might have, you're free to leave the call. I mean, you can always rewatch the stream online, but we've got you here now. So once we're finished with you, you're free to go, and you can hear the result of things later. So would you like to add anything else to your statement right now?
Not at all. But could my wife continue in the meeting?
Yeah, right now, you mean?
No, I will be waiting for any questions, and then I will have to leave the meeting. Thank you.
Of course, she's welcome to listen in, of course. So do members have any questions for Mr. Littlejohn at all, please?
No questions. Thank you, Chair.
No, nothing from me, Chairman.
Okay, and from a legal standpoint, Kevin, do you have any questions? I mean, again, we're not here to consider the planning matters. We're here specifically for the Licensing Act. So.
Yeah. No questions, thanks, Chair.
Okay, that's fine. So, Mr. Littlejohn, we have no further questions for you. Of course, your wife is welcome to remain on the call and listen to the rest of the hearing. But we thank you for your time and for your submissions. Okay, and I hope that the trip to the hospital is as safe as possible and goes okay.
Thank you. I'm handing over to my wife. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much. Okay, as we have no further questions for that representation, we'll move on to the next person on the list. And I have Chris Waite as my next person on the list. So, Mr. Waite, if you're online, if you could, or on the call, if you could unmute your phone, you might have to press *6 and proceed with your representation, please.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members and ladies and gentlemen. I'm Chris Waite. I'm a local resident and I've been living in the area for 15 years, although being Cornish, I have visited the area for the last 40 odd years or more and regularly walk and jog along the footpaths and byways in this local area. I just want to echo really what Mr. Fosbury and what Mr. Littlejohn have already said. My main concerns are, again, the health and safety issues. When you have a few extra drinks and perhaps your child's supervision and your coordination perhaps starts to lack a bit, and there may be an increased chance of slips and falls, and perhaps the child's supervision may drop off a bit, especially when there are steep areas in St Nectan's Glen, both in the waterfall area, the cafe area, and leading up to the waterfall, and of course walking away. And also my concerns would be if the closure is about 4 o'clock on a winter's afternoon, then the falling light, especially with the tree cover in the glen, it would make walking back to the car parks quite a hazardous exercise, especially when if the paths are wet, slippery, with leaves, etc. My other main concern is the parking issues, vehicles parking erratically on the curbs, and a lot of visitors, when they come to the area, they seem to relax completely, and their child supervision just drops off. And I've just witnessed at many occasions when dogs have been released from backs of cars running across with the children, and there's been very poor supervision, and that's without any additional alcohol. And that is a major safety. I've witnessed a number of incidents, and it is of concern. The local PCSO didn't note any concerns about safety. However, the local neighbourhood beat manager has recorded that there are safety issues, and he is liaising with the parish council, and that's going to be looked at seriously, along with further traffic controls. So that's another point. Also, there are issues with increased noise. There will be, and there have been people walking to the glen have set off their car alarms, have been set off accidentally, and they've been left sort of bleeping away on a Sunday afternoon for several hours, causing quite a bit of nuisance to the locals. So that's another noise issue, and there may be people perhaps drinking a little bit too much, returning to their cars and being leery, and again causing some noise and nuisance. Personally, my wife, who's sitting beside me, has been verbally abused quite nastily by groups of people when she's asked them to perhaps leave properties. They seem to think that Trethevey is some sort of theme park. They wander around people's private properties, look into their gardens through their windows, and it is really quite strange. I know we have some quite old historic buildings here, including the church and a number of the stone barns, etc., that are very, very elderly, but they seem to think all of the old stone cottages are there for their amusement, and it does cause some upset. Also, I would like to point out and echo what Mr. Fosbury says about the fire issues. I used to be an RAF fire and crash rescue incident commander, and used to control a wide range of small and very large cross-country vehicles. The local fire brigade does have a 4x4 Toyota, but they're based at Delabole. And should a fire break out, all the properties are timber framed or light properties, and by the time the local fire brigade respond, and I reckon it would take at least 30 minutes for the crew to assemble and get across to the buildings, and that's a really good response, there would be the fire would have seriously damaged the properties, and heaven help, there may be some injuries as well. The lightweight vehicle is probably not man enough to tackle a big fire there, and their Mercedes vehicle, their Mercedes Atego, would never negotiate the lane. It doesn't have the ground clearance and would be stuck. So, there are serious fire issues, and as we know, that the local fire brigades and fire brigades across the country have come in for a lot of criticism recently about their response times and their approaches. So I would query again and ask the fire brigade to look at this in more detail. That's really what I have to say. I have no sort of further, as far as the lack of complaints, as that was noted in one communication by St Nectan's Glen, a lack of complaints about antisocial behaviour. The residents here are very, very tolerant, and we are good-natured, and we put up with a lot. I've received a number of information from a number of residents saying that they've been verbally abused and insulted by visitors to the site, and I think possibly with the addition of alcohol, this could fuel these incidents further. So that's all I'd like to say, basically, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Waite. Much appreciated. Do members have any questions for Mr. Waite regarding his submission or anything that he stated just now, please?
No, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
I just got one question, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to ask the Speaker. Yep. Yeah, to the Speaker, please. How long would it take for somebody to walk from the Glen down to the car park?
Which way? And I've done this on a number of occasions. I walk and jog it, and I've got it map my exercise route on my sat nav, basically. So I do this on a regular basis. So if you were walking from St Nectans, the actual waterfall, to the car park, it would take you, an average speed of about 20 minutes. Maybe a little bit more if you're a brisk walker. We do have children, of course, and pushchairs, and maybe it would take sort of 25 minutes. If you were going via the bridle way, again, that would be very much the same, though it might be slightly easier to push the pushchair in parts. But again, it's very slippery, very, very tricky in places, and it's really not suitable to be walking it at 3:30 or 4 o'clock on a winter's afternoon, especially imbibing perhaps a few bottles of beer, etc.
No worries. Okay, thank you much indeed. Thank you. That concludes my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Jewell. Much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Waite. I don't have any further questions for you, so I do appreciate you attending and making your representation. So
my pleasure, Chair.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to our next speaker now, and I have that as Andrew Ferguson. So Mr. Ferguson, if you're on the line, if you could unmute your phone, you might have to press *6 and then present us with your representations. And just a quick reminder, trying to keep things as brief as possible, and please, if you can, try to avoid repeating things that may have come before. We're aware of fire safety concerns, accessing through Genver Lane. We're aware of the parking issues. So if there's anything that we haven't heard, that would be much appreciated. But you've got 3 minutes, so if you can go ahead, and I won't be strict with that, of course. So Mr. Ferguson, if you could proceed, please.
Chair, subcommittee, can I just check you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
My recollection was that I asked to attend. I didn't ask to speak, but I suspect your processes are far more accurate than my recommendations. So given that you kindly extended the invite, I have 3 points I'd like to make, each under 1 minute. You'll be glad to hear. The first point is with regards to slips, trips and falls. While St Nectans Glens Limited have a legal and an insurance obligation to have an accident register, that applies to the curtilage of the business. It doesn't apply for that 20-minute, roughly a mile and a half return to what is invariably their cars. And I would just like, given Chair, that you have asked for evidence to say that we as residents do come across accidents. And if you want one more example, in the summer, I gave a lift to 2 elderly ladies, one with a sprained ankle on St Nectans Glen, and they kindly left £5 for my children for giving them that lift. So their record of accidents isn't going to record those people leaving for those 20 minutes. Second point is vehicle traffic. A question was asked how many vehicles transit the lane a day. I would just like to add, we probably didn't remember the postman, and we must not forget the farmer use. And the farmer use can be very sporadic. If he's moving animals or bales, it can be quite a few trips a day. Routinely, it is probably 4 trips a day. Each family has the school trip and has the work commute. The final point is with regards to infrastructure. My point being that the business has now got too large for its infrastructure, and we've had a point made on 2 particular infrastructures I want to draw on. One is the parking issue and one is the access issue. And the argument has been made that these are both safety issues and they are pertinent to the provisions of the Licensing Act. So I would just like to argue, given that we have heard that there are potential mitigations to some of these infrastructure issues and that they are pertinent to the provision of the Licensing Act, that maybe it would be both prudent, sensible and safe to look at delaying any granting of the license until these improvements in infrastructure aren't just potential but are actually extant. Thank you.
Thank you for that. It's much appreciated, Mr. Ferguson. Do members have any questions for Mr. Ferguson or Kevin at all, or legal counsel?
None from me, Chairman.
Not from me, Mr. Councillor Shaw, no, thank you.
None from me, Chair.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. I didn't mean to catch you unawares. My list has you down as yes as speaking, so I don't know if there was an admin miscommunication.
As I said, it's probably far more accurate than my recollection.
Okay,
you
that's
had
fine.
forewarned me, so not a problem.
Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you. Again, just to kind of restate, we are here to focus on the Licensing Act and the 4 objectives and whether or not the granting of a license would undermine these in any way. So the planning and the other matters are not matters for us to consider today, and I do believe that it is in the public interest to continue with the application and make a determination today. So there's one thing that we need to try to clarify here as well. This is for the benefit of everybody on the call, is that we're looking at a granting of a license at the specific premises, at the Tree of Life Cafe and the external area outside there. So, as Mr. Ferguson stated, the slips, trips, and falls issues are just in specifically in regards to the curtilage of the business. So, the question of whether or not we consider the Woodland Path and Genver Lane within the curtilage of the business or as part of the business is something that the committee will have to consider. But just to state, this is again is focusing on the Tree of Life Cafe and the external area there. Right, so we're going to move forward now, and the next person I have on my list is Tara Carradine. So, Ms. Carradine, if you're on the line, if you could unmute yourself and present your representation, please. You might have to press *6.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. If I could just pick up on a couple of things and rely on what has already been said in terms of the balance. Concerns, as far as I'm aware, have been raised, maybe not in writing, largely because there is a will in the local community to work alongside the Glen, but several of us have spoken to the Glen with regards to our concerns, not just in relation to the consumption of alcohol, but concerns with existing issues. Now, whilst existing issues aren't relevant, it's the impact of the sale and consumption of alcohol, whether with food or without, on the safety and the behaviour of the visitors to the Glen. So that's the relevance there. Richard and I live in the private road, so not on Genver Lane. As has been stated, the majority of visitors use the private road, which is a right-of-way. And that, as stated, is 500 visitors a day, which in essence is 1,000 people, given that they're using it on their way to the Glen and on the way back from the Glen. And whilst they take on board that this is during peak periods, the health and safety issues are still relevant, whether it's, just for partial part of the year or, more months of the year. The issues the Glen have put in place signage and are trying to address other issues, for example, regards to litter and dog mess. But my concern is that the sale of alcohol is going to impact visitors' behaviour, and it will further exacerbate the difficulties that we have with noise, litter, abuse of visitors from visitors, and access for emergency vehicles for residents. Parking, which I understand is in progress, but we still, despite the Glen having put signage, we still have people coming down here parking. Is there anything else, Richard? I mean, the sheer volume of visitors I mean, if you think there's 1,000 people, the infrastructure just is not there to keep it safe. You know, and again, I won't go into the difficulties with the trips and falls, as I think they're self-evident, and the fact that the sale of alcohol with or without food is not going to help that situation.
Okay, that's fine. Was there anything else you'd like to say?
I mean, no, other than if you want information about, you know, we haven't been documenting it all. We didn't realise there was a need to document it all. I mean, there's a will to work alongside here, but, you know, in terms of the level of evidence that is perhaps you're asking for, we haven't got to this point before. I mean, this summer, I'm sure there'll be more than enough evidence to explain or for members to be able to see just how many people are coming down the road and are exposed to the health and safety issues that we're all worried about. I mean, you can't drive down you cannot drive down our road without visitors. I mean, even out of season, with the best will in the world, you know, it's a beautiful spot and people want to visit, and we're not against that, but it's just the sheer volume. And the problem is, whilst we can't change that, and we acknowledge that, you know, the impact of alcohol on people's behaviour and their safety needs to be considered. Okay.
I just want to reassure you, Ms. Carradine, that the committee can take into consideration any statements that have made with or without evidence, okay? But just that if there is evidence, if there's a bit more to back things up, you know, the statements carry a bit more weight. That's all I'm stating to you, okay?
Yeah,
but of course, we'll take into consideration any statements that have been made to us, okay? Do members have any questions for Ms. Carradine here, please? Okay, take that as a no.
Can I just give an example? You know, people do bang on car roofs.
Yeah.
People do pee in the lanes. People do pee in the glen.
Yeah,
you know,
there's quite a few statements in what we've received about those kind of issues, Ms. Carradine.
Okay.
That's absolutely fine.
Right.
Thank you for that. So we have no further questions for you. So again, I appreciate you speaking and sending in your submissions. I've only got 3 more people on my list. So I've got Richard Hudson next. Then I've got Councillor Barry Jordan, who's the Cornwall councillor for the area. And then I have Patricia Hyatt, who's to speak in support of the application. And then we'll come back after any questions, we'll come back to the applicant for the final submission. So Mr. Hudson, if you'd like to present us with your representation, please.
Hello there. I don't have anything more to add. All my concerns have already been raised by other people. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Right, well, here we are. I've got Councillor Barry Jordan. So, Councillor Jordan, I'm glad you're here with us. I hope you're well. And if you'd like to make your representation and say anything that you'd like to the committee today, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Chairman.
Hello, Councillor Jordan.
You can hear me, good.
I can.
Thank you. I'd like to clear up an issue that's been mentioned further on about the Kentucky Parish Council not making a representation. Okay. I was at the meeting 2 months ago when it was on the agenda, and Councillor McGoward closed it down. He proposed next business when councillors were asking questions. That's why the Parish Council never made any representations on this application. But this application of the alcohol licence, in my opinion, is premature. There is a real and dangerous issue, which you've heard all about today. There's a lot of people walking around. This year it's going to be even worse because of the COVID crisis. We know there's going to be a lot of people coming down here. We're hoping, Oliver Jones attended the meeting last week that the Parish Council held with members of the public, and he has said he's going to try and get a TRO in place to stop people parking on the verge. The verges belong to Cornwall Council. They're not privately owned. They belong to Cornwall Council. Cornwall Council don't supply car parking to private businesses. Never have and never will, and neither should they. You know, if a business wants a car park, it should supply it itself. Mr. Broad, the farmer, as already been mentioned, has offered to look into putting some parking in, extra parking in, to help with it. But that is going to take some time. It won't be done for this year. Now, we know that from mid-June, when the COVID restrictions are lifted, everybody's going to flock to Cornwall. They're already here now. I live 6 miles from the CV, right on the coast, and I know what's coming into the village where I live in Crackington. So that's going to be happening all the way down the North Cornwall coast. It is a beautiful part of the country. We all know that. We live in it, but we don't want it spoiled, and we don't want people to get killed. The road is a 60-mile-an-hour limit, as you've already heard. Now, I've been called there since I was elected in 2017, goodness knows how many times, because of the way cars are parked. I've even been contacted by people who say that somebody's parked in their drive and they can't get out. That's happened on more than one occasion. Police have been called to get them moved. You know, it is unsocial behaviour that's caused this problem. And if there was suitable parking, then obviously it would alleviate some of the problems. With regard to the licence, I personally don't have an objection to the licence. At this time, I think it's the wrong time. I think it should be deferred until the end of this year, beginning of next year, when everything else has been looked into, when the car parking is in place, when the suitability is better. COVID has disappeared. We need to take everything into consideration. We don't want, I mean, that road has been mentioned as 60. I have seen people running out of between cars and nearly getting knocked over. And I've seen cars then having to brake behind to avoid an accident. Buses and lorries, they come up. It's virtually a blind corner if you're coming up from St Nectan's Glen up around. And the big vehicles, the larger vehicles have to go out into the middle of the road to see around the corners. And that's another danger. Vehicles coming down at 60 miles an hour, it's absolutely crazy. If we get the TRO in and the speed limit reduced and more car parking, then I think that would be the suitable time to allow this licence. But until then, it's an accident waiting to happen and lives are going to be lost. And I certainly wouldn't want to be one of the people responsible for losing a child's life or an adult's life. That's all I've got to say. The rest has been said, and I think Mr. Fosbury said it more eloquently than I have. But I do think this is the wrong time. And whilst I don't want it thrown out, I think a deferment would be more sensible and then discuss it at a later time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Councillor Jordan. Noted. Does anybody have any questions at all for Councillor Jordan?
No, fine,
No.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Right, I have one more speaker on my list, which is Patricia Hyatt, who is speaking in support of the application. So Patricia, if you're on the line, if you could unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, I can.
Hi, yeah, my name's Patricia Hyatt, and I live in Trecevi. I live on the private road, and I am, as you said, actually in support of the licence. Without going into all the parking issues that has been, taking up a lot of time this morning and whatever, and obviously is an issue that I know that Mr. Mills is looking into, and the St Nectan's Glen are looking into, but I actually think I am in support of the licence because it is a natural beauty, regardless of all of the issues put in place. It is still going to be used regardless of whether there's alcohol served or whatever. It's not going to go away. It's a waterfall. It's there and it's for people to see. And I believe that I've lived here for 18 years, and until Mr. Mills took over this waterfall, I was constantly turning people away from the front of my house to show them where the waterfall was. So the signage is much better. The actual waterfall, in my opinion, the safety, the railings he's put up, to me, in my opinion, and I'm not saying that anybody else is wrong or right or whatever, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but in my opinion, it's much safer, much let out, more straightforward, much more professionally run, and I wasn't aware that someone had an accident up there, and it only took 20 minutes or whatever to get somebody up there, because to me that's a miracle. If I had an accident in my house, and I don't live in St Nectan's Glen, I think it would take someone longer to get to me. So I am in support. I don't think that any of the issues raised would not go missed by Mr. Mills, because he's an extremely lovely businessman, and in my opinion has done as much as he can to try and appease people and help people. And I know for personally that he has been looking for places to buy to use parking. So without taking up too much more of your time, and I really didn't realize it was going to go on as long either. But yeah, I am in favour for it, and I don't really see the issue. It's a natural beauty. With regards to the traffic and people have to stand aside or whatever, I have to do that on my own road when oil trucks, or as the trucks are getting delivered to everybody else's house, I have to stand aside. There's loads of parking when the surf is high in Bossini, there's cars parked the whole way up the Bossini. So, we live in Cornwall, there's always going to be a parking issue. And I actually believe that, the parents and the actual people have to take responsibility for themselves, as long as Mr. Mills and St Nectar's Glen put, policies in place to protect their workers and their business. But, everybody has a right, everybody has to take responsibility for their own personal things. I've had it myself going through Boscastle. There's 2 pubs within the space of 10 or 15 yards of each other. And I nearly got run over walking across the road to the other side of the road. So, it can happen anywhere in Cornwall. But it is a natural beauty. It is a cafe. It's not a pub. It's not a pub. It's not where someone's going to go and have a drink down the road. It's a natural beauty. And I am in favour of it. I think it's a very good idea for the community. It's brought a load of business into the community. And yes, it has brought a lot more traffic. And I think and I don't think that Mr. Mills will stop looking for parking and sorting out the parking issue, because I believe him when he said it, because he's a genuine person. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Ms. Hyatt. Your statement is much appreciated, and it's always good to have different views. And this is always a tricky thing in the community, is that people will have differing views, and it's trying to make sure that we take all of those into consideration. And of course, we will as a subcommittee. So if I could invite members to ask any questions of Ms. Hyatt, if they have any at all.
Nothing for me, Chairman.
Nothing from me, Chairman.
All right, thank you. So, Ms. Hyatt, if I could just ask you something. So I see your statement on page 217, and thank you for that, and thank you for coming along today. And I'm sorry that it's taken so long. It often does when we have lots of different speakers. So I just wanted to ask you quickly. So there have been lots of statements about public nuisance in relation to this application. So, people relieving themselves along the lane, litter, aggressive behavior. Have you experienced anything like that in I think you said 18 years, or all your years of living at the location there, please?
Well, yes, I have done, because along our lane we do have some holiday lets. So, which comes with that. And one of the gentlemen before me actually said that he has to lock his doors or whatever because it's coming up to the summer. Unfortunately, when it comes to the summer and the holiday lets are let out, I do exactly the same myself. It's lovely through the rest of the year, but I have to take responsibility for my own property and what belongs to me. So I have to take responsibility and be responsible. But I have had an issue with someone parking outside my house that was going to the waterfall, and this before Mr. Mills took over the waterfall, it was a constant thing. People coming up. No one was ever abusive. I find, maybe I'm naive, but I find people are abusive to you if you're abusive to them. But I did have a gentleman who parked outside my car, outside my front door, a few months ago. I went down to him, I wasn't happy, and I said, "Excuse me, can you move your car?" And because of my tone, if I'm right, because I asked him to move his car and I wasn't nice about it, I said, "Excuse me, this is a private road, can you move your car?" Then he was abusive back to me. So I do believe that people will speak to you the way you speak to them. So as much as I was annoyed he didn't have the right to park there was no sign in. I went to Mr. Mills and St Nectar's Glen. I asked them, could they put a private road sign up, even though it was my road, but I said, I'm going to put one up. And they said, I told them I was going to put one up along my verge and on the road, because I actually do own the road right up past just a little bit past my house. and he offered to do it for me. And it has been up there. It blew down throughout the wind that I didn't even notice it blew down. And he was the one that rang me and said to me, apparently the sign's down. I didn't know. I mean, admittedly, it is out of season, so there isn't anybody turning up at the moment. But from he put the sign up, I haven't had anyone turn up on the road. So not, it's, I find you get what you give in life. If you're going to be horrible to someone, they'll be horrible back to you again, if you're going to be shirty with them. And I was shirty with the man down the bottom of the road, and he was stressed out because he had a baby that's nappy needed change, and another one was screaming, which incidentally run out on the road, and he didn't have any drink. It run out on the road when another car was coming. So he was stressed out because one got out of the car. And so what I'm saying is accidents happen. It's not just going to happen in St. Neots Glen. It will happen all over Cornwall. And I don't think a licence is going to stop that from happening. It's not a pub. It's just somewhere where you can have 1 or 2 glasses of wine. And again, people are responsible for their own, for themselves, So, sorry. I don't know if I went on too much.
No, that's absolutely fine. I'm a big believer in personal responsibility myself, and also the golden rule, which is what you're talking about there, which is really to do unto others or treat people the way that you'd like to be treated as well. So no, I appreciate that statement there. So that's much appreciated. I have no further questions for you, Ms. Hyatt.
Okay. Is it okay if I go now, because I'm actually at work?
Yes,
so
of course.
No,
of course you can go now. I appreciate you hanging on. I really do. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. So I'm conscious of the time. It's coming up to 23 minutes past the hour, at least on one of my clocks, 24 on the other one. And it's been a bit more than an hour since we last had a comfort break. So I just want to check and see if anybody would like a comfort break, or if we'd like to go to the applicant's final submission.
Go to the applicants. We need it because we're way behind on schedule. You said 3 minutes per speaker. We've had people talking here for a lot longer than that. So let's get on with it.
Indeed, it was more of a guideline, Councillor Jewell. I appreciate that, and I want to make sure
there's guidelines.
Yeah, indeed. And I did say I was going to be flexible with it, so that's absolutely fine. But I appreciate that. So okay, if we're happy to crack on, we're going to move back to the applicant's final submission, please. So any questions that maybe have come up during other people's statements, Mr. Hutchinson, if you could address those. And again, if you could try to limit things and not repeat. We've heard quite a lot about the concerns and the issues, but this is your time for your final submission, please.
Right, thank you, Chair, for that. I must say it's been very informative to listen to all of those objections. And it's important that I should say that St. Neots Glen is very much interested in having a dialogue with its neighbours, and hopefully that dialogue can go on beyond today, and we can get a better understanding of the concerns of our neighbours. That's something that I want to stress is important to us. Picking up on one or two of the matters which have been mentioned, I was struck by references that were made by Mr. Fosbury to drones and smells and deliveries and so on. I'm afraid I've got no real comment to make about those, because that's not something which has ever been mentioned to us previously. Nor were we aware of any incident with a poor unfortunate lady spraining her ankle on Genver Lane. That's the first we've ever heard of that also, and that's disappointing to hear. But as Patricia Hyatt made very clear when she spoke, I'm afraid accidents do happen. Specifically with regard to what Mr. Waite said about the hours of darkness, the shortest day in Cornwall, it's dusk at 16:17, and we close in the winter at 4 o'clock. And I just wanted to make that point. We did give active consideration to what time we should close in the winter for precisely that reason. I don't accept what's said about there being serious fire issues by Mr. Waite, or indeed by Mr. Fosbury. I am in a dialogue with Terry Nottle, the fire officer, as recently as yesterday, and he has no such concerns, and there certainly aren't serious fire issues. I have had a dialogue specifically about the nature of the appliance which could come down to our premises, and about providing access over our premises to the river so that they can get at water should there be a fire at the houses of our immediate neighbours. That's something that we've had an express conversation and dialogue about, and given express permission for that to happen. and I think that's important to note. What else? I think the other thing that I specifically wanted to mention, I wasn't at the Tintagel Parish Council meeting, so I can't say this firsthand, but I'm told that Oliver Jones of the Highway Authority intimated that there will be a traffic regulation order in force on the B3263 at Tretheavy with effect from the 12th of April. That being the case, one imagines that if parking is restricted in that area, there should be less parking problems than we experienced the last time that lockdown was lifted. So that's what I'd like to say about that. In terms of whether or not alcohol, the sale of alcohol would lead to an upsurge in the number of visitors to the Glen itself, I'm afraid I'm rather baffled by that. There are plenty of public houses in Tintagel and Boscastle, and I think those people who just want to go for a drink will go to the pub. I don't really think that people would come to the Glen specifically for the purposes of drinking alcohol, and I think that the suggestions that people might drink alcohol to excess need to be seen really in that context. I take the point with regard to what's been said about the parking situation. I have already alluded to the fact that there is an overflow car park at Hal Gabron run by Leanne Cullip and Derek News. I did note specifically that Councillor Jordan said that Mr Broad, the local farmer, wouldn't be able to operate a car park this year, and therefore this decision should be deferred. My understanding is, in fact, that Mr Broad's able to operate a car park under existing regulations for up to 56 days this summer, should he wish. Now, that's not a matter for this committee, really a matter of planning law, but that's my understanding. And I know that Mr Broad is keen to begin to operate his car park at the earliest possible date for obvious commercial reasons. So I think that that's something that needs to be taken into account. I'd like to talk a little bit about the attitude of St Nectan's Glen to trying to take steps to alleviate the concerns of local residents. We've indicated a willingness to look at installing additional dog mess and litter bins on the private road leading to the Woodland Walk, and to look at erecting more and more prominent signage to discourage motorists from entering or parking on that road. And as I've already said, we are very keen to have a dialogue with local residents willing to engage with us with a view to identifying any further actions which might be taken for the benefit of all. I specifically wanted to mention that the application made by Mr Ward is limited in scope and is in keeping with the nature of our family-orientated cafe, and also that Mr Ward and his line manager Tanya Jeffrey, who's listening to this these proceedings, both hold personal licences and well understand the obligations that will be owed should the sale of alcohol at the Glen be licensed. It's my submission that the likelihood of visitors coming to the Glen to drink alcohol to excess is remote, and such behaviour would not in fact be tolerated or allowed by St Nectan's Glen staff in any event. Unless I can assist further, I'm conscious of the time, and I'm conscious that if I go back point by point on every issue that's been raised, we'll be here for another 30 minutes, and I don't think anybody wants that. So perhaps it would be best for me to stop talking, and if there's any further matters which I can assist on, then please do let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That's much appreciated. Do members have any further questions for Mr. Hutchinson?
No, nothing from me, Chairman.
Nothing from me, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you both. I have no further questions at this point either. So do members have questions of any parties on the call today, licensing or anybody that's made a representation or anybody at all who's here?
No, Chairman.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Nor do I. So we're going to retire now to consider the application, everything that we've heard. So people will leave the call and we will come back in after we've considered the matter. We'll have a proposal and we will vote on that proposal, and that will be the decision of the committee. And that will be available to watch on the live stream. So we won't be calling people back into this call. It might take a little bit of time for us to consult and come to that proposal, but I do want to thank everybody for joining us today, for listening, for sending in their submissions. I really appreciate it. And if I could ask our Democratic Services Officer to read our statement of inclusion, which the committee will have to vote on as well, I believe.
Yes, certainly, Chairman. We've got a proposal that in accordance with the Local Government Act 1972 as amended, the press and public be excluded from the meeting during consideration of the following item of business on the grounds that they would be likely to involve the disclosure of exempt information of the following description, namely information in respect of which a claim to legal professional privilege could be maintained in legal proceedings, and that the proceedings apart from the resolution shall remain confidential, Chairman.
All right, so I'm happy to propose that we exclude the public according to that statement. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Jewell. And
I will just ask you to vote. Councillor Foot, are you for, against or abstaining?
For.
Councillor Jewell?
For.
And Councillor Hayward?
For.
So that recommendation is passed, Chairman.
Thank you. So if I could ask people to leave the call and for the live stream to be paused as well, please, and then for Sarah to confirm that once that's been done, please.
Yeah, very good, I will check with the live stream operator to make sure the live stream is paused, and I'll let you know when you can continue. 1 second, Chair.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm calling Linda. And I will ask for the live stream to be put on, and I'll confirm when that's live. 1 second. Hi, Linda. We're ready for the decision. I'm just waiting for the live stream to be switched back on.
Okay, thank you.
As chairman, the live stream is back on.
Thank you. So we have come back into public session after considering the matter, and I'd like to ask our legal counsel to read the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. The draft proposal is to refuse the application due to the public safety, crime and disorder and public nuisance objectives being undermined by the application. Members concluded that their concerns could not be addressed by the imposition of conditions.
Thank you. So the proposal is that we refuse it based on the undermining of those three objectives. The full decision and details of that, we in the interest of time, won't be reading all of that out, but I propose that we support refusal of the application as stated by our legal counsel.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Democratic Services Officer Sarah Goodall. If I could just ask you members to please vote on that. We've got proposed by Councillor Foote, seconded by Councillor Jewell. Councillor Foote, are you for, against or abstaining?
I am for refusal.
Councillor Jewell.
I am for refusal.
And Councillor Hayward. Councillor Hayward, are you for, against?
Sorry, I had my microphone on. For refusing.
And that has been agreed, Chairman, unanimously.
Thank you very much. So the full reasons will be available within 5 working days and will be sent to those interested parties. So that concludes deliberation of item number 4.2 on our agenda. We're going to move to item 4.2 now, which is Origin Coffee in Porthleven, but we're not going to start that for another 10 minutes. So if members would like to take a quick break, and we'll be back to start that one at 1:15.
And just to remind members that the live stream will remain live whilst we're on the break. So if you could ensure your camera is switched off and your microphone on mute. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
I'm back, as they say.
Welcome back.
No worries. I will be having a little bit of a nibble on my sandwich, but I'll put the noise down and keep it quiet. All right, Jeff.
Thanks, Alan. Thank you.
Right, we're back.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Chairman, are you okay for me to allow the other persons into the meeting?
I believe we're all back, Sarah, so yes, please.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello, other persons. Sorry, Sarah Goodall, Democratic Services here. The people who've just joined the meeting by telephone, I've just had to put you on mute, so we're getting some feedback into the meeting. When the chairman calls you to speak, if you can just press *6 on your phone, that will unmute you. Back to you, Chair.
Yeah, I've done that now.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jesse Foote. I'm the Cornwall Councillor for the St. Germans and Landulph Division. If I could just ask the other members and officers to introduce themselves for the benefit of any new callers who may not have been here this morning for the first item. So, Sandra, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Yes, certainly. My name is Councillor Sandra Hayward and I represent the St Austell Gover Division.
Good afternoon. I'm Councillor Alan Jewell and I represent Falmouth Wandsworth.
Thank you both. If I could invite Officer to introduce himself as well. So we can
Good afternoon. Kevin Hill, Solicitor Legal Advisor to the subcommittee.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Sarah Goodall, Democratic Services, and I'm clerking the meeting this afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, it's Jessica Daniels, Licensing Officer West, standing in for Sharon Dower.
Thank you. Right, if that's everybody, so I'll just explain the procedure to our callers today. So the way this is going to work is that we'll hear from the licensing service who will outline the matter. All right, I'm getting a bit of feedback in my ear here. I don't know if, oh, now it's gone. Thank you.
Sorry, apologies. I just need to interrupt. This is Andy Phillips, the Operations Director at Origin Coffee.
Yep.
I've been muted 4 times on this call already. I don't know if that's something that you guys have done or I just...
So we do mute people until it's kind of their turn to speak. So we tend to keep everybody's microphones on mute so we don't get feedback or feedback loops. But when we call on you, you'll get your chance to speak, okay? And then I do have you on my list, okay? So I'll just outline how the procedure will work. So we've done introductions, and once I call on people who are on my list to speak, I'll ask you to introduce yourself then as well. But first is the licensing service will outline the matter for us, and members will have the opportunity to ask any questions of the licensing service at that point. We don't have any representations from external authorities, but we do have the the applicant then goes next. So after licensing, The applicant will outline their application, at which point members will be able to ask any questions. Again, we do not have any representations from outside authorities. Conditions have been agreed with the police, so they withdrew any representation they had. But we do have representations from other persons in the public. So we will hear from people who are on my list to speak today. Again, members will have any chance to ask any questions of those people making representations. The applicant has the final right of submission. So after we've heard from everybody, the applicant makes the final submission, at which point the subcommittee can ask any further questions of the applicant. We will then go into a private session to consider the matter, and we will then come back into public session with the proposal, and we'll vote on that, and that will be the decision of the subcommittee. Now, everybody who's on my list will get a chance to speak. We will listen to you. I would ask that you try to make your statements brief. Members are in possession of the pack with all the appendices, including the most recent ones. So we have read and are familiar with the concerns here. So you don't need to kind of read word for word what we already have in our hands, but please do try to make your statements as brief as possible. And I would ask that all questions come through the chair. There'll be no cross-examining. So while we're going through the procedure, as I say, the applicant goes first, and then we'll hear from members of the public who have representations. If the applicant hears some things in those statements and they want to address them, they can address them in their final submission. And also, I would suggest for people on the call who are making representations, if you hear something stated by the applicant in their opening statement, that you could address that when it's your turn to speak. Okay, so if I could invite the licensing service, please, to outline the matter.
Good afternoon, Chair. Before I start, I must make you aware that a complaint has been received by the licensing officer from the representative of one of the other persons. It's with regard to the display of the blue public notice at the premises during a 28-day consultation period. I would kindly request that before we proceed with the hearing, the applicant clarifies the situation for the members.
So before the applicant does that, I just want to say that I've looked at the images and I can see where the sign was displayed on the and I know it's a new development there, so there was construction and so forth. And there is a statement in the pack saying that there were actually two signs hung up. One, which I know is quite low down because it was just onto the signage and there wasn't really a building to attach it to. But then there's a statement there was also another one placed at the other side of the development. So it's clear to me, because we have other persons making representations, that the signage was seen and residents were aware that there was an application here, and they made representations thereof. But yeah, if I could ask the applicant to respond to that as well, please.
Yeah, of course. So Andy Phillips, Operations Director at Origin Coffee. I submitted these sort of appendices to the committee in response to the signage, but in essence, I can only repeat really what I've put in that letter, which is, from our point of view, we felt it was displayed prominently. We felt it could be read from the exterior. There's no specific guidance from the licensing team on the height of that display, and as you can see from the pictures, the sign is clear and it hasn't been obscured in any way. Furthermore to that, as you rightly said, the site is under construction, so it wasn't viable to put the sign on the cafe because it's a construction site. So clearly, as such, no members of the public could actually view it because they wouldn't be allowed access to a construction site. The people who made this representation, I believe, are called the Collins. I had actually met them on site along with other residents as a sort of sign of goodwill and to them, and I met them on the 26th of February. So, given the 28 days given to represent, I don't really understand why this has come to light so late in the day. But as many residents have obviously been in touch and voiced their concerns, which is obviously fair and reasonable, they're obviously all clearly aware that there is an application for an alcohol license. So I would argue that the sign was pretty clear.
So in my view, I'm happy to proceed based on the site notice being displayed where it was, and I know it was kind of not the best location, but it's the best you could do given what was in place. So Are other members happy to proceed with the application?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you both. So back to you, Jess, if you'd like to continue to outline the matter, please.
Thank you, Chair. An application has been received from Origin Coffee Limited for the grant of a premises licence for for Origin Coffee Limited, Unit 1, Trazer Place, Porthleven, that will permit the sale of alcohol Monday to Sunday, midday to 2200 hours, and open to the public 0800 to 2200 hours. During the consultation period, the applicant instructed the licensing authority to incorporate police suggested conditions into the operating schedule. 3 representations were received from other persons who considered the granting of a premises licence may undermine the prevention of public nuisance licensing objective. Since the report was published, additional information and comments have been received by the licensing officer from both the applicant and a representative of one of the other persons. This information has been distributed to all parties and also published on the council's website as supplementary items. The panel must consider whether the steps proposed by the applicants in the operating schedule are adequate for the promotion of the licensing objectives. If so, you must grant the application. Alternatively, you may impose additional conditions that you consider necessary for the promotion of the licensing objectives. If additional conditions cannot make the operating schedule adequate and it is necessary for the promotion of the licensing objectives, part or all of, the application may be refused. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jess. Do members have any questions for the licensing officer?
Not from me, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So for the benefit of our callers, I have 3 speakers on my list. I've got Andy Phillips, Tom Sobey, and Andrew Collings. So just to kind of cue yourselves up. But first, we will hear from the applicant. So Mr. Phillips, I assume you'll be here and you'll be presenting the application for us. So if you could present what you need to present to us, sir.
Well, I mean, as the licensing officer has said, I mean, quite factually correct. The application is, you know, we are a cafe. We have submitted an alcohol license to operate from midday until 10 p.m. The style of alcohol that we're serving is very low key. So we are talking natural, biodynamic, premium wines served by the glass. We are also referring to bottled beers and bottled IPAs. We're not talking about anything available on draft. We're not talking about any spirits. There's no intention to run any alcohol promotions of any description. And really, the alcohol is ancillary to the overall offer of a cafe. So from our point of view, you know, we are talking about quite low level activity.
Okay. Do members have any questions for Mr. Phillips?
Not from me.
Yeah, I'll have a
Councillor Jewell, yes, please.
Yeah. So, can you go back through the history of this cafe? By the photographs, it looks like it's like an industrial area, like an industrial unit. Can you just fill us in on the history and how it's moved from like a light industrial to a coffee shop, and now you're hoping for alcohol? Could you just fill us in on that, please?
So, just to be clear, we're not the developer. We are a tenant, and we were looking for workspace in the local area, and this unit, you know, became available on the market. So we expressed an interest in that. So we are at the position where we have an agreement to lease, but as I said, we're a tenant, not the developer. The development itself is, or in terms of our heads of terms that we've agreed, you know, as part of our lease, our understanding is the use is mixed light industrial. So B8, B3, A1 and A3, which I think is now termed as E-class, although I'm certainly not planning officer. So, you know, we have leased the building on the basis that, yes, it's in a light industrial area, but we've leased it on the basis that it is actually a retail space. And that's what's been offered to us by the developers. So
And
that's,
how long have you been trading there as the coffee shop?
we don't trade there. We don't have a lease yet. We are looking to move.
Oh, yours is a complete. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That concludes my question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jewell. Much appreciated. So, Mr. Phillips, yeah, a couple of quick questions. So the premises is not yet open.
Correct.
When are you hoping to open the premises?
19th of April. Obviously, we're dictated slightly by government restrictions.
Of course, yeah. And considering the location of the premises, which isn't really central to Porthleven, how would most people access the coffee shop?
Well, on public transport, on foot, by car. I mean, there's provision outside of the coffee shop for 100 car parking spaces, which have been put in place by the developer. So the developer is an individual who has a number of interests in and around the village. And I think part of his long-term strategic plan, which links into the local area development plan, is to provide a park and ride facility for the village, is my understanding, but I don't know if that's factually correct. But they have put in car parking spaces for 100 vehicles. And the intention is therefore people can park and walk into the village. Yeah, I mean, there's public transport. There's a bus stop immediately outside of the entrance to the cafe, and that bus service runs from Penzance, Porthleven, Helston, and then I assume Truro, Redruth, so on and so forth. So that's a regular on-the-hour bus service that stops. Currently, it stops on the road, on the Toll Ponds Road, but there's an application in from the developer to Western, whoever the bus operator is, to move, because a bus stop has actually been built there as well. So your public transport is the obvious access point. There's a cycleway that runs from Helston through the Penrose estate into the village and then down, and there's bike racking that has been put into the car park for people to obviously be able to cycle. So, you know, it's all really about sustainable development, the environment, you know, making sure that, you know, there's sort of sustainable alternatives to transport instead of driving. So it's a fairly comprehensive transport strategy that's been put in place, if that sort of answers your question.
Well, it sort of does. I mean, the bus stop that's in place there right now, is that, I would assume it's there because of residents?
No.
It's not there for residents.
Oh, well, I don't know. I don't think it's specifically for or not for anybody. I mean, as I said, there's 100 car parking spaces that the developer has put in. It would be unusual to have 100 car parking spaces to service a purely industrial space. So the assumption is therefore that the developer's long-term plan is to run a park and ride facility for the village, and the bus stop would therefore service the park and ride facility, which may be a private bus, but equally, I would imagine, in terms of talking to the local bus providers, it will be a public bus stop as well. So I don't know how well any of you know the specific area, but currently the bus stops on the road, which in itself is a health and safety concern for local residents and something that local residents have voiced. So I assume the developer, in terms of consulting with those people, has assumed that providing a bus stop immediately outside of a local amenity would be something that is viewed favourably, not as it's currently being viewed.
Yeah. Okay. No, I think I was just trying to understand the historical aspect of the bus stop. As there's, you know, this is a development site. It wasn't there to service necessarily the retail aspect of things that you're doing there. I mean, obviously that once the businesses are there, it would help to service that. But it's just trying to determine.
I mean, it's incredibly difficult for Tom and I, and Tom, who's the owner of the business, is here on the call with us as well. But obviously, you know, it is a development that has been in the pipeline for a number of years, which obviously has gone through planning and being approved and so on and so forth. And we as a local business that's looking to expand, grow and develop have taken a lease. And it's a 10-year lease without, I think actually does have a right to renew, but that's largely by the by. But so we've taken a lease on the basis that it's A1, A3 retail, B3, B8 office, light industrial, and the fact that it has adequate car parking spaces and adequate local amenities is absolutely perfect for us. So, you know, it's kind of like, it's difficult for me to provide the context because I haven't been involved in that.
Sure. Yeah. So, you know, from our point of view, we're considering the licensing objectives here. So it's not, you know, we're not considering planning matters or even the development, but it's more about the impact on public safety, prevention of public nuisance, prevention of crime and disorder, and the protection of children from harm. So that's our main focus here. Anyway, so that's fine. Do you have anything else that you'd like to say at the moment, Mr. Phillips? I'm just conscious that you will have,
I think,
the final right of reply, but if there's anything else that you'd like to add at this moment.
I mean, you know, we own and operate 6 cafes across the UK, and each of those cafes have an alcohol license. So, you know, I have been here before, albeit not at a committee hearing, because wherever we've put in an alcohol license previously, it's been just generally accepted by, you know, those local residents there. But so I have some experience in managing an alcohol license, and this is why we've put a number of things in place to ensure protection of children, harm, so on and so forth. So, you know, things like Think 25 to make sure that, you know, we question people who look under the age of 25. You know, these policies are to be, you know, are almost accepted, you know, nationally now as the right way to do things. You know, we have put in security and CCTV across the site because, you know, we value, you know, the local resident security and the security of the people coming to visit. We have erected additional screening around the building at cost to ourselves as a sign of goodwill to the local residents and as a way to manage consumers, movement, so on and so forth. So it's important that everybody understands that as a business, we are an incredibly responsible, ethical, sustainable business that has really, really good intentions. So we are not to be confused with someone who is opening a bar with a late license who intends to have, you know, people down there drinking and partying all night. This is a simple, low-key alcohol license to serve wine ancillary to what might be brunch or lunch. And this is providing a local amenity. And if you set that in the context of government strategy, you know, the recent restrictions on hospitality, you know, the government are very much in favour at the moment of allowing hospitality businesses to thrive and survive and get outside, open and operate, because this is what's going to drive economic growth in this country. And, you know, we're all going to be hit with a massive tax bill as a result of everything that's happened in the past 18 months. So I feel that what we are doing is very much on point with government strategy and local economic strategy. So, yeah, I think there's a number. I mean, I know that's a little bit all over the place, but, you know, what we're doing here is coming from a very, very good place. And I think it's important that the committee understand that.
That's fine. Yeah, thank you for that. So just quickly on something you just mentioned there, you're saying having a glass of wine with brunch or lunch, but the application is to have an alcohol license until 10 p.m. Are you offering evening meals as well?
Yep. So it's all-day dining. It would be a way to term it, but not dining in terms of, you know, 5-star dining. This is local producers, you know, local food, simple dishes, well sourced, and yeah, it's, you know, very much kind of a lifestyle approach to, you know, going outside, enjoying food. But yeah, this is an evening offer as well.
Okay, so the application states that your opening hours will be from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. You're seeking the alcohol license from 12 noon until 10 p.m. There's no drinking up time in there, which concerns me. So I'd be interested in hearing your views on a reduction of the hours of serving alcohol. And if the committee were minded to grant, I just want to know if that would be something that you would consider. You don't generally serve up until closing time.
No, indeed. You know, and you know, if there needs to be a small amendment to the operating hours to reflect drinking up time, then of course we're amenable to that.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I have no further questions. Do members have any other questions at this point for Mr. Phillips? Just keeping in mind that Mr. Phillips will have the final submission at the end of the application.
Yeah, just if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman,
of course,
Mr. Phillips, one more question. Is there a possibility that you could be allowing people to drink outside, or is it all within the confines of the building?
No, so the licensing area, and I don't know the chairman has the dependency there that he can share with the committee. But as you look at the building, the licensing area is the retail space inside, and then directly to the right-hand side of the entrance, there's a patio area which is also within our request to license. What isn't going to be licensed is anything around to the left, to the side, or to the back. So the licensing area is restricted to the space inside and a small space to the right-hand side.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. I would share it, but I have it on a different PC than I'm actually using my my Teams on. So I've got two different computers. So I have the documents in front of me, and then I have Teams on the other one. So I couldn't quite do it from where I'm sitting. But I am in receipt of it. So yeah, and I appreciate that you've turned the side into a disabled parking space. Correct. Where you're going to put fencing, and yeah, so there is, but it's all towards the front of the site. So it's not at the rear, which is where you'll find the residences. So that's fine. Thanks for that question, Councillor Joel. Right. So we're going to move forward now. The next speaker I have on my list is Mr. Tom Sobey, who's the owner. So, Mr. Sobey, if you'd like to present the application to us, please, or make any statements that you'd like to make. You might need to press *6. Because I can't hear you yet.
Mr. Sobey, if you could press *6 again. I did see you briefly unmute for a second there. That's great. Your microphone is unmuted now, Mr. Sobey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello,
now?
Yes, we can hear you,
yeah,
Mr.
Apologies.
Sobey.
Yeah,
no,
apologies. I don't have a lot more to add to what Andy was just saying. I guess the other side to the license would be the importance of off sales within our website. So as we are all aware of COVID this time last year, our business of 550 wholesale cafes across the UK closed. We were a team of 85 people that went very quickly down to a team of 15, but actually all of our, I guess, people who engaged with us within our cafes and the restaurants that we started buying coffee online, I think we reacted very, very quickly. We started collaborating with a company called Black Lines, who are a bottled cocktail company in London, who bought huge amounts of cold brew coffee that we bought and turned it into the most delicious ready-to-drink espresso martini. And I think part of the license application that we want to do was, last year it was quite frustrating that here in Helston we don't have the off-sales license, that we couldn't fulfill orders and generate income for the business down here. Although we were generating income by selling the cold brew to the company in London, it would have been great if we could have put those onto our website and benefit from the sales and the people who wanted to work with us. To give an example of the growth within the website and the business and how reliant the business was last year, as a whole, our business in 2019 turned over £7.5 million, of which £1.5 million of that came from the cafes. £6.8 million of that came from wholesale supply, and £200,000 came from the website. Last year, we turned over £1.2 million in web sales. We turned over £3 million in wholesale, and we turned over £100,000 in the cafes. So our business became totally reliant, and the employment of all the local people in the roastery became reliant on those web sales. So for me, it's really, really important that as we come out of COVID, that we develop the cafes in Porthleven, in Penryn, in Shoreditch, in Southwark, that we do that, but we also maintain the good momentum that we have within our website and be able to collaborate with exciting businesses across the UK, but also take advantage of that and fulfill orders of bottles of espresso martini, for instance, within that site in Helston.
Okay. So thank you for those statements. I mean, I appreciate the impact that COVID's had on lots of businesses, and understand the reason for the off sales part of the application. If I could just ask you quickly, some of the representations that we have will be concerned about soundproof, noise, and impact from the premises on their quality of life, really, where they're living there. So I'm just wondering if if a reduction of hours or better soundproofing or screening, which I believe Mr. Phillips mentioned, is something that you're looking at, considering that you're not open yet.
So I think in all the engagement that we've had with the local residents, we've listened to their frustrations of perhaps the development, which perhaps should be aimed at the developer rather than us as the incoming tenant. I think for us, as you know, I've grown up in this area all of my life. I'm very excited to move to Porthleven, and I'm very excited to offer the community the chance for economic growth, well-paid jobs, opportunity that perhaps is lacking in other areas. And the cafe, the license, the roastery, the visitors, that all forms part of it. So I've been really, really keen. I have, you know, I sort of joke, I have a really sort of fairly straightforward life here at the roastery in Helston, and moving to Porthleven is really important to me, that we are welcomed by the community and that the community sees value in what we do. So I want to engage with them. So having done that, we have offered, as Andy said, we have all the activity is in front of the building, and all of the residential areas behind the building. The building is 2 stories high, so the eaves, I believe, are 5-meter eaves. So we have a 5-meter barrier between us and the local residents. We've then extended that fencing across to where the disabled parking area is, because one of the residents voiced concerns that the noise could travel through there. So we've done that, and we have, I guess, pushed the developer on behalf of the local residents to do more in behind the building. But I think from our point of view, we certainly don't want anybody behind that building, because we don't want to encourage antisocial behaviour behind there, which is why we have paid to fence that area off. I think my concern when talking to the residents were, we've been burgled twice here in Helston, and it's not particularly a very pleasant experience. So on the advice of the police, we have illuminated the building as soon as it's dusk until dawn, and we've said to the residents we would do that in Porthleven, because it's an area which is down there, which people can wander in. We've already been down there recently, and there's been beer bottles outside the building. We've put CCTV in. We've engaged the developer to put more screening in as and when required if there are complaints with noise. But also, I guess we want to manage any antisocial behaviour and noise down there, and it's better if we are down there doing it than if we close at 5 o'clock and we're not there.
Okay, that's fine. That's really helpful. Thanks very much for that. I appreciate that, Mr. Sobey. So just a quick question with the screening, because I understand there have been some laurels planted around the rear. Is that something that was undertaken by the developer, or is that yourselves?
Yeah, the developer did that, and we've encouraged more. I think the developer did that, and we have encouraged more.
Can I interrupt? Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, who was that?
Sorry, this is Mr. Phillips, Andy Phillips. If you have a look at the submission yesterday to the licensing officer, there's an attachment from the developer, and in the attachment it specifically says what they are willing to do to bolster the screening behind the building. So I think it's worth making that point, because the local residents.
That's fine, Mr. Phillips. I mean, as I said at the beginning, if you could hold, if you heard things as we were going through, if you could hold them until your final submission, I think that might be the best place to kind of make those points. I'd appreciate that. Thanks very much.
So yeah,
that's fine.
In terms of that, but like I say, all of the activity that we are proposing outside has the 5-meter barrier of the building in front of it. There's no activity that is in direct line to residential for sound to travel.
Okay, that's fine. That's really helpful to understand. So, okay, if you have nothing further to add, we're going to move on to Mr. Collings, who's here to make representation. So, Mr. Collings, if you're on the line and you're unmuted, if you could please present your representations to the committee.
Hello.
Hello.
Andrew Collings. Good afternoon. I'm representing my parents, Mr. and Mrs. P. Collings, that live directly behind the development.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'd just like to, I accept fully, or we, when I say we and our, clearly I'm referring to my parents rather than myself. We would like, I would like to, or we would like to just, I accept, or we accept that you're happy to accept that the notice was displayed, and that is as is. But I just want to say that the footfall at that location is very low, because the road, if you know the location, it comes out onto the main road, the bottoms into Port Leven. There's no footpath for quite a long distance. Residents that live up behind the development would be little incentivized to walk down that hill past the development and go back past up the hill, which is quite steep in Toll Ponds, to where they live. And the second sign that you refer to, that was at the other entrance, that is actually on the road itself, and there is no footpath around there where people would generally walk past it. So I would like to just say that. And the second thing I would like to say in regard to the meeting that suggests that my parents were invited to a meeting, that's not the case. They were walking past, because they live just behind, and they were walking past the area, and the operations director and owner of the premises were talking to other residents, and one of those residents in particular called my parents over to join the conversation. So had they not walked down there at that time, they wouldn't have spoken to the developer and owner.
Okay.
Clearly, our complaint is around the noise that this may generate, particularly with having an outside seating area. It is of concern, especially in the summer months, and given the recent magazine article of Origin Coffee saying that they're going to have pop-up music, pop-up food stalls, etc., etc. It could, because if you know the location, it's in a river valley. So the houses are on the side of the valley. So my parents' house is substantially higher. It's about the same height as the top of the industrial unit. And all the other residents are higher again and along beside my parents. So really, any sound barriers, as far as they're concerned, are rather irrelevant, because we all know that Savile travels upwards and it's trapped in that river valley. So in the summer months, on a clear night, the noise will, in our view, be excessive, especially when you're talking about serving alcohol as well. Now, we're also rather disappointed, and it's not down to whether it's the, there's nothing irrelevant whether it's the developer or the tenant of the building, but it was originally sold to the residents that this was light industrial units. I refer to a noise report in the complaint, or we refer to a noise report in our complaint, in which the officer that did the noise report says that the buildings are only commensurate for use with light industrial use units, only being in classes B, 1C, light industrial appropriate to a residential area. So that was noted at the time. Now, how this has slipped through to become a multi-use building, that's a different argument. It's obviously happened, and obviously the residents are upset that it's now being used as a cafe, which is, from listening to this meeting, is sounding more like becoming a restaurant when you talk about serving meals with wine until 10 o'clock at night. And certainly with an outdoor area, I don't think it's acceptable we don't think it's acceptable on what's an industrial park, industrial estate, industrial business centre, whatever you like to call it, restaurants and licensed premises, in our view, should be contained within the village centre. And to that end, there is quite a few restaurants, cafeterias, and licensed premises within the village itself. The areas, in our view, is not suitable for that usage. Is there anything else? My parents obviously have retired. They fall into the older adult bracket, not being unkind. They're both retired, and they like to enjoy sitting out in the garden in the summer months, eating their tea, or drinking their tea and eating their cake, and they like to do that in peace. So it's really taking away their right to a quiet and quiet life in what was a nice quiet area before this development was permitted. So I've listened to the questions that have been asked, and I would say that we would be amenable if you saw to. Obviously, we oppose a license being issued, but if you were going to issue a license regardless, then we would ask that it wasn't an off license. And if it's a cafeteria, then the license should be until 4 p.m., the same as the other cafe that Origin have got in the village, which isn't licensed, by the way. So, my parents are happy to cede a little in regards to hours. As long as everything's contained within the buildings and the hours are reasonable.
That's really helpful, Mr. Collins, and of course the committee will consider everything you've just said there, as well as suggested conditions if we were minded to approve. So that's really helpful to hear. Do members have any questions for Mr. Collins, please?
Nothing from me, Chairman.
Okay.
Yeah, I got. If you
Yes,
don't mind,
please, Councillor Joel. Yes, please.
I'll fire off a couple here. Going back to the history of this site, when this came in initially, I presume as a light industrial estate, if you thought then that this could then turn out to having this application now. Sorry, there's somebody.
Someone's microphone.
Yeah, it needs to be sorted. All done. If I may continue, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
If that was the case, would your parents thought differently to this proposal? And secondly, you said about restricting the hours of the off license to 4 p.m. And did you mention that you weren't happy with the outside license? You just wanted the license to be confined to within the building? Okay, thank you. If you could.
Apologies, Mr. Collins, I may have muted you again. You'll have to press.
Yeah, sorry, I just had to unmute myself.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. To answer your first question, they wouldn't have been at all happy with if this was what was. They knew this was going to happen in the first place. They weren't particularly happy with having an industrial business park down below them. But they've come to accept that, and it's just unfortunate that, as I understand it, a subsequent application must have been submitted, which went under the radar, and it changed to mixed use. And to answer your second question, they wouldn't support any outside area for dining or an alcohol license.
Okay. How far is it to walk from that unit into the centre of the village?
You could walk it in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. The first part, there's no pavement whatsoever.
No pavement, so you could have people walking up from the centre, going from one drinking establishment to another one, so they would be walking on the highway. Is that correct?
Currently, yes, they would. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Joe. Much appreciated. I don't have any further questions, so I'm quite happy. Do members want to ask any further questions of Mr. Collins? Otherwise, we'll go back to Mr. Phillips for the applicant's final submission.
No, that's okay. Thank you. I think I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. That's much appreciated. So, right. So we'll go back to Mr. Phillips for his final submission. So any points that have been raised in the previous statements, now's your time to address them, Mr. Phillips. So if you'd like to make your final submission now, please. You might be on mute and have to press *6 on your phone.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
I can now, yes, thank you.
Great, okay, sorry about that. I don't know whether Mr. Collins actually lives locally or not, but I can assure you there is a pavement. So the last point, which I can tell one of the councillors was concerned by, because I can see how your thinking is, you know, somebody has a glass of wine with us and then walks into the village and, you know, the implication is they walk on the highway. That isn't the case. There is a pavement that goes all the way into the village. So
thank you.
I think it's important to make that point. In addition to that, this area that we are potentially moving to and the development in general is now being used by Mr. Collins's parents as exactly that, as a walkway into the village, which is exactly how we came to meet them, because they were walking through the development into the village. So what the wider strategic plan for the area is absolutely linking you know, the outer areas of the village into the village, which is basically what building communities is about. So unfortunately, Mr. Collins's parents, they may want to sit in their garden and have a cup of tea and a piece of cake, which I respect them doing that, is unfortunately the planning, you know, the local planning framework and all the planning applications that sit as part of that don't necessarily probably sit at odds with what his parents want. And I can't be held to account on that as a potential tenant. So, you know, these. So I think the first thing is about the pavement. That there is, if people were inclined to walk into the village from our cafe, there is a route into the village which is safe and accessible. In terms of and I think it's also worth noting that directly opposite our existing cafe in Porthleven, where we're going to move to, there is another cafe on the opposite side of the road. So there is, and I appreciate the licensing committee don't look at precedents from previous applications to do with either alcohol or any other planning concerns, but literally directly opposite where we are, you have a place called Methley Farm, which itself has a cafe operating there, with people eating and drinking in the cafe and then walking into the village. So it's also worth making the point that 500 metres then up from where we are on that same main road, there is a bar, which is, as we would understand, a proper pub to be, which has a late licence until 1 o'clock in the morning, which all of the local residents frequent. So these things, whilst, you know, usually wouldn't sit as part of an application, they are all, in my mind, directly relevant if the arguments are, you know, where the village is encroaching on the outlying areas. I don't know if this is appropriate, Mr. Chairman, but obviously as Tom owns the business and I am the operations director, in terms of a closing statement, for lack of a better expression, would it be acceptable for Tom to also have his say?
I'll allow it, as he's the owner of the business, so I'd be interested, yeah, to hear any final comments that he might have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tom?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. I guess as a closing statement, I think, like I said earlier, we want to be part of the community. We want to respect people's wishes. I understand, as Andy said, about people wanting to enjoy their gardens, etc., etc. I don't believe we'll encroach on that. I believe there's huge benefits in us moving to Port 11, economic growth, jobs, retention, out of the blue, 500 metres away with a 1 a.m. licence, Methley Farm Shop just opposite. Part of, I think, just to reiterate what Andy was saying about the pavements, part of the planning development for that area was that there was a pavement linked from the development to the village, and that goes down past our building. You cross the main road, and then it joins opposite side where the cricket club. So there is a path, footpath there, and yeah, I think that is that. We, like I say, we want to be good neighbours. We are considerate. We have done more and more to try and help and facilitate. But also, I feel we have a responsibility to make gainful employment and see economic growth in at a time where the investments we're making into the village are huge, at a time where the last 12 months, Cornwall was one of Europe's poorest regions. The opportunity for employment is very low before COVID, and it's even lower now. So I want to do this so that I can employ more people and be part of the community.
Thanks very much for that. Of course, we are here just to consider the Licensing Act. It's not really about the economic benefits of this. So we are here to consider the four licensing.
No, I appreciate
that's our main focus, but I appreciate what you're trying to do there. So thanks for that. So do members have any questions, either for Mr. Phillips or Mr. Sobey, as I've allowed him to make a final statement?
Yes, I
Thanks,
do, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
Go ahead.
You mentioned there's already a licensed farm shop opposite your proposal here today. Could you remind us what are the licensing hours for selling alcohol on that premises?
Sorry, just to clarify that point. So there's a premises opposite, which is called Methley Farm Shop, which is a farm shop selling coffees, teas, cakes, local produce. That doesn't have a license, but there is another property. But however, there's another property 500 metres along the road toward the village, which has a 1 a.m. license, and that 1 a.m. license certainly runs on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I can't comment outside of that.
So your application would be the furthest out from the centre of the village for alcohol license. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And really, getting back to the payment, I mean, I do need some clarity from probably legal in regards to this payment. You know, one person saying one thing, one saying another. I do need, because it does come to one of the four aspects of licensing, public safety, and I just need to get absolute clarity from somebody that there is a public footpath from these premises into the village, please. Thank you. I'll leave that with legal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jewell. That's much appreciated. I was going to ask the same question about the farm shop, so thank you for asking that. Actually, what hours does the farm shop operate? It's either for Mr. Phillips or Mr. Sobey. What time are they open until?
I'm trying to Google as we speak. Apologies.
Yeah, I don't know. That would be. I mean, I just on that point though, just the opening hours of our cafe, regardless of a decision on the alcohol license, will be until the times stated. So we have no restrictions on our retail operating activity. So we will continue as we were going to continue.
Okay.
So in many ways, the alcohol license, what's important, it is ancillary to what we are going to do, because we are going to do what we are going to do, because that is within our tenancy and the planning application. I mean, the points that Mr. Collins made about the planning application, it's really clear to me what the planning application was when I've looked back, and the planning application has been well advertised, so I don't really understand where the confusion's come from him on that.
Well, the planning applications don't really matter for us to consider today, so we don't need to.
But obviously, as he raised it, I thought it was important to clarify.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Okay.
So that's fine. So do members have any questions for anybody on any points of clarification? Or Kevin, I see you've got your hand up, so we've got a legal advisor here. Or is that a legacy hand?
Just to say, Chair, on Councillor Jewell's last intervention,
yes.
I've got no details of the payments, I'm afraid, in that area.
Okay.
I can't tell you one way or the other, I'm afraid. You'll have to rely on what's in front of you.
Okay, thank you.
Can you? Am I on mute, please?
Who is that, Mr. Sobey?
That's Tom. Yeah. Because I think in that in the document of the building and the plan that we sent, it has the pavements that have been put in by the Harbour and Dock Company to meet the pavement on the road opposite. So between the plan and Google Maps, it would be pretty visible to see where the pavement lies.
Okay, that's helpful.
I don't know how you. I can't share my screen with you, but like I say, I'm googling now, and we are going past out of the blue along Methley Bottoms to where it joins in again. And like I said, actually, can you see it on Google Maps?
I've pulled it up. I'm just taking a quick.
No, because the trees are there. If you see where the development, if you're walking from the village to where the development starts, where they put on Google Maps, they put the outline of the first bus station as if you're heading from the village out towards the development. You can see the pavement runs there, and where the M for Methley Bottoms is, it crosses over and joins the opposite side, because there is an amenity centre. Is it an amenity centre? It's called that. It's where people walk their dogs on the opposite side, which is where the pavement ends where the development starts. So it's crossing the road to there.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see that on Google Maps.
Well, I can see the pavement outside the premises. I mean, Medley Road obviously does not have pavements all the way. Medley Bottoms Road, I don't see.
Yes, it does. Yeah, it does. It does to the point of, yeah, you can't see it. Like I say, it's as you see where it says Methley Bottoms, where it joins the development, where that bus station is, the pathway paths around. But I can't, you can't.
Oh no, I've gone further down the road. Oh no, I do see it now. Yeah, so there's it looks like there's a section that doesn't have a footpath, but for the majority of it, it looks like there is a pavement on the side of it. But
you can see where there's sort of like a car park on the opposite side of the road. That's the amenity centre. The pavement goes past that and it joins up to the point of the entrance. But you're making me doubt myself now. But I mean, I've been down there. I've looked at the pavement where the bus stop, where it crosses the road to that point. I mean, so many times that I'm certain. But you are, let's say, because I can't see this exactly on Google Maps.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is a simple thing to do, isn't it? I mean, would it help the chairman and the committee if we would send photographic evidence?
Well, it might, but again, I'm going down the road from Tall Ponds Road down Methley Bottoms Road, following Google Maps, and there definitely looks like a section until you get to that amenity centre that doesn't have pavement. I mean, this is
but if you
Google Maps images from September 2016, so this, that's 5 years, so a lot could have changed since then. So that's the problem with, looking at a Google Maps image.
So I'm looking at the Google Map image here, which has the development and the building. So part of the building, there is a footpath that goes in front of the building all the way down to where it joins Methley Bottoms, opposite the Penrose, the amenity centre, which has got it's like an amenity area where people walk their dogs, and there's a grey car park. The footpath ends where the entrance into the buildings, into the development starts.
Okay.
And you cross the road and there's a footpath there.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
Chairman,
Okay.
Goodall Democratic Services Officer.
Yep.
I've gone on Google Maps and done a bit of Street View, and I'm happy to display that to you when we go into deliberation.
Okay,
so
that's
you can
fine.
have a look and see that.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Okay, that's fine. So if members have no further questions, Kevin, is that a legacy hand, or did you have another question?
Can I? Are you there? Sorry,
Chair,
can I
it's a legacy hand, so I can't seem to get it down.
That's absolutely fine. Okay, as long as I know. Right. So sorry, was that Mr. Sobey who wants to say
Yeah,
something?
well, sorry. I was just what the lady was saying about the. I've just dropped a pin down there of Street View, and the development's not on there.
Yeah.
So that's old. That one's old. So you can see where the pavement goes into the amenity area and where it starts opposite the development, but the development is not there. So where the pavement ends, it crosses the road. If you're facing into the village on that street map, where the pavement ends, the development starts, and you walk across the road, and the pavement rejoins on the opposite side.
Yeah.
Like I say, none of that is in the Street View that I'm looking at on Google Maps because the entrance is not there.
Yeah, no, so I can see my Google Maps are from 5 years ago, but that's fine. Okay, brilliant. So I don't have any further questions. Do members or legal have any further questions?
No, thanks, Chairman.
Fine, that's fine. Thank you so much. So what's going to happen now is the subcommittee will retire to consider the matter. We will have to go into private session for that, and we will deliberate, and we'll come back. The live stream will be paused. We'll vote ourselves back into public session, come back to the live stream. We will discuss the proposal, and we'll take a vote on that, and that will then become the decision of the committee. So when we go into private session, I would ask that all callers would leave the call, and you can watch the decision on the live stream, and you'll also receive notification of the decision in full in writing within about 5 to 7 days, working days. That is, I know we're coming up to Easter, so that might delay things a little bit. So if I could ask our Democratic Services Officer to read our exclusion proposal, please.
Yes, indeed, Chairman. Sarah Goodall, Democratic Services. We have the recommendation is that in accordance with the Local Government Act 1972 as amended, the press and public be excluded from the meeting during consideration of the following item of business on the grounds that they would be likely to involve the disclosure of exempt information of the following description, namely information in respect of which a claim to legal professional privilege could be maintained in legal proceedings, and that the proceedings apart from the resolution shall remain confidential. We'll be looking for a proposer for that, Chairman.
So I'll propose that exclusion as read. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And members, if I could just ask you if you're voting for, against or abstaining from the proposal, which is proposed by Councillor Foot and seconded by Councillor Jewell. Councillor Foot, please.
For.
Councillor Jewell.
For.
And Councillor Hayward.
For.
As Chairman, so we are happy to go into part two. So I could ask the people on the telephone if you could please leave the meeting, and also our licensing officer, and I will confirm when the live stream has been paused, Chairman.
Thank you.
We supposed to hang up?
Yes, please.